Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Savage Outlawz Gaming Drift Championship Season 3, Round 6 here at NRing. So sorry for the delay. We had to make sure we had everything wrapped up with our bracket for this evening. I believe we had 76 cars on the sign up for today's event, which is incredible. We had to make sure we had everything all organized and ready to go. So now that you guys are here with us hanging out, I appreciate everybody hanging out here on YouTube. We're going to need y'all to pay attention. If you're just lurking, if you got us on the TV in the other room, stick your head around the corner, take a look, because there is a real important message coming at you on your screen right now. There you have it. Go fast and don't get left behind is what it says. Stay tuned, because when we merge the two streams this evening together to form our final top 16, we will be giving you all the information on what that little clip was about. But boys, I saw some short track racing. I got Brian and Powder in here with me. What is going on, guys?
What's good, baby?
There they are. Y'all ready to see some short, look like some short track racing to me in that video? That's some crazy shit. We're gonna see what's up with that. But hey, well, here we are right here at NRing. So we're gonna do a quick overview of the course real quick before we get started. We know you've all been waiting. So as you can see, the cars are lined up here at the start. This is where the cone car is gonna be. They're gonna make the short trip around this U-turn here right at the beginning of the course. This is going to have a speed limit of 40 miles an hour for these guys, so they come around here, keeping an eye on that. But as soon as they get to this outside rumble strip right here, they are free to let it rip as they go up this straightaway. As you can see here, the initiation zone is going to begin right here with this outside rumble strip. This is where these guys are going to rip into inside zone 1, which if you look in closely here, you'll see this orange sign here on the side of the track on this rumble strip right here. That is the inside zone 1 right here on that white line. So be keeping an eye out for that. Outside zone 1, you can see where the rumble strip starts on the inside of the turn. That is on the outside, is where that outside zone starts, right lined up with that rumble strip. Comes all the way around this turn right here. And you can see where this line splits off right here. That is the official end of outside zone 1, but of course I'm sure these drivers will stay on that white line all the way around. Now, this is where we get to the fun part of our course here at NRing, the outside zone. Right here, as you see where the grandstand is right here, as we drop down to the track, that right there, that is going to be the beginning of outside zone 2. But you wonder, which white line is it? Is it on the track side or is it on the far side? Well, that's where things get a little interesting. They have been referring to this green area here in outside zone 2 as the X Factor zone. The actual line itself was designed around the outside limit being this inside white line. But after running the line, these guys have decided they want to open things up a little bit and allow these drivers to make the choice. If they want to run through the green zone, they can absolutely do that. But there's two minor caveats to that. This white line is a no-go zone. If you go past it, if you go beyond it, that is a tire drop and will not look good for you in front of the judges. And the second thing is, as we come around this zone, it ends right here with this rumble strip on the outside. The point of this rumble strip right here is also part of that no-go. If you cross this rumble strip with a tire, that is going to be a tire drop. So these guys are going to have to manage that for sure. As they come on back around, we have our first touch and go here. If we take the map up in the air, you can see this this dark spot right here. So it's like there's some rubber on the track right in this area. That's going to be outside touch and go 1 right there. Touch and go 2, as we come around, you'll see the entrance to the pit area of the road course here at NRing. The area leading up to this, you see the rumble strip here on the inside. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4 of those yellow blocks on the rumble strip, all the way up to where the line breaks off here to go into the pits. That is the outside touch and go there. And that leads into another interesting part of this course, is the final inside clip. It runs from this corner as soon as you can see where the straightaway ends, and we head up around this turn all the way, tracing the rumble strip all the way around this turn here. That is going to be the inside zone there. And then as we come make our final touch and go on the outside right here, before the finish line, you can see, you kind of, to make it out, it's the beginning of this green strip on the inside of the track. If you mirror that to the outside, it's about a car length's worth of space right there. The drivers have been running this line. The judges know where it is. The drivers know where it is. You'll see when these lines get started, and then the finish line right here where this rumble strip begins. And these guys have got to make sure that they run through the finish line as they do their run here on this course. It is going to be high speed, high action. But as long as these drivers hit those zones as they're designed, this is a pretty flowy course. What do you guys think here in the booth?
Yeah, most definitely. This course flows really well together. There's really not one spot that sticks out as being like just a sore thumb area. It's a really flowy course. It's a lot of speed. But your drivers got to be careful not to let the cars go because they will slide off.
Absolutely. Very, Powder, as you're looking from a judge's perspective, what are you looking for on this course today?
I'm looking for car control and nothing more. If you can't control your car, like Brian said, we're going to see a lot of tire drops today if they ain't paying attention, because it is a high-speed course.
Definitely agree with that. All right, well, we have our first pairing already on track. Honda Boy has a bye. It's the way that the bracket is randomly thrown together, since we don't have an exact even number of drivers. Honda Boy is going to be getting a bye run, so they are already moved on to the second round. So the first two drivers we have is going to be how am I going to pronounce it? Well, this one is Don't.
Crisis.
Crisis,
like the video game.
Oh, like Crisis. Yeah. Okay, I can work with. All right, well, you're gonna be my name guy tonight.
Gotcha.
You are the man. Well, these are some awesome looking machines right here. And actually, that's not the names I'm seeing on the sides of the door here. Do I need to refresh my bracket window?
I'm not really sure. I'm looking at the bracket right now myself, and I'm a little confused.
Yeah, these are not the drivers that we have in our bracket here, but they are launching off, so we'll watch this run and get an update as to what happened there. But these guys get their launch away as they head into the first zone here. And we see our chase car there not trying to maintain proximity there, but they are falling off a little bit. Both of these drivers not getting the outside zone 2 at all here. They do make the touch and go. Our lead driver here doing a great job of maintaining that inside clip, but the chase car struggling to catch up there. May have had a few tire drops there towards the end of the course.
Should look that way.
And this is such a high-speed track here, man. I might have to adjust my camera settings a bit. I was struggling to keep up with these guys.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've noticed with this course is it is really fast, especially when trying to chase with a drone. It is not the easiest thing to keep up with.
All right, well, I believe my adjustment to try to make up for that is I'm going to go up a little higher in the air to see if we can get the action from above a little bit better, but that should give me a little leeway to be able to keep up with these drivers moving throughout this course, because they are lined up awaiting the go-ahead from the cone car, and they do get it. As they make their way around this first turn. I love the anticipation as they make their way through the first turn.
That is solid initiation from our lead driver. I think there was contact that might have caused
just a touch,
him to go
absolutely.
off the track. Yeah, that
the sportsmanship here as you see the guys blow it up.
There might have been a little bit of a lag issue or a spike issue. They'll bring it to the cone car's attention, make sure everybody gets a fair shot at this, but that first contact didn't seem like it was lag related.
And as we said before, yeah, it's great. Always love to see the sportsmanship as the guys finish the run out, making sure they get it done. Always finish your run. You never know what's going to happen. Love to see the sportsmanship, but I'm definitely, even on my end as the camera here, I'm definitely noticing some lag spikes. I don't know if it's coming through on the stream side of things, but you may have noticed one just there, a little hiccup as I'm moving my camera. So there's definitely the servers today maybe not being the most friendly to a 76 car competition, but we'll make do as best we can.
Not all we can do, right?
I guess the cars wouldn't be coming back to the. I guess we really didn't designate a zone for them to hang out after the run. I guess that would be in front of the judges over here.
I'm guessing. I'm not 100% sure, considering the judges are right there by the finish line.
Yeah, they should probably after finishing the runs, maybe the guys can come hang out over here. See our beautiful judges' machines here. These awesome new S.O.G windshield banner designs. Yeah, who are our judges for this evening?
That is Mr. Biscuit wearing the comp team livery, S.O.G comp team livery. Very next to him is going to be S.O.G Majitin. And right next to him is going to be S.O.G Crispy.
Oh, Crispy.
That right there is a little bit newer livery.
Check this guy out, man.
Admin livery right there. That is a very specific, only very few people in S.O.G have that livery. That is designated only for admins.
That's badass. I ain't gonna lie to you. This thing looks sick. I love it.
That is a killer livery.
Absolutely. This is great. Here we go. I think we have our cars lining up over here on this side now, or yeah, so they got the message. But yeah, we're definitely going to need this is not the lineup that we had. So this is whose machine is this here?
That is Crisis. I'm guessing. Okay, so I'm thinking the first person's name was not the same as his in-game name.
Understood.
No,
okay.
I actually have information on that one.
10-4.
That is just his gamer tag on there. His Discord name's just different than what his gamer tag is.
Okay,
So
understood.
That is don't. It's just his.
Got it. All right. Well, we were a little confused,
Okay.
especially the similarity to the next pairing coming up.
Okay.
But do we have an official decision coming our way?
We do. We have our first official decision. It is going to be an OMT. Both drivers DQ'd on their lead run. Don't drop 2 tires on outside zone 1, and X went off completely.
All right. Well,
we're going to run it back.
yep.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, well, there you have it. One more time. We'll just, it was a first. They were just demoing the line for you guys. They were just giving you a show of what it's going to look like. And now here we go. Now the Season 3, Round 6 begins.
Yeah, they're just doing a whole, hey, this is how you don't run this line.
Yeah. These are the spots you may want to look out for in future runs. What a great service. We got to message these guys and tell them we appreciate it.
Right?
Nah, they're giving it everything they've got.
Sending it.
Yep, absolutely. That's what it takes.
Sending it.
And when it comes to an S.O.G event like this too, every single run, you can't phone it in at any point during these events.
No, not at all. You have to be on top of your game if you're going to come and compete at this level, because these guys, we've got some of the best here competing in this competition.
All right, we'll see what they get this time as they launch off like a rocket ship there.
Right through, solid initiation by Kahlua. Might have dropped a tire there on inside zone 1. Fills all outer zone 1. Into outer zone 2, solid run. Little correction, that might not count against him though, since it really didn't sacrifice any angle. But there he straightens out a bit.
Just a touch.
Kind of would have wanted to get a little bit closer to that outside touch and go. Solid on the inside zone. And drops a tire on the outer touch
on
and go
the
right
final touch and go. Unfortunate. And leading into those touch and go points about halfway through the course allowed that chase car to make the way back up to the door. Crisis was able to get back to him here.
Got his proximity rather well. So Crisis in the S15, and I can tell you those cars surged against some of these lighter cars. They've got a little bit of a surge going on, but it's controllable. So the car will surge up to you, but it doesn't really get out of control. And now we're off, lights, camera, action, coming into the acceleration point. There we go, full throttle, full send, all the angle out of that S15, but he kind of missed that inside clipping point a little bit.
Definitely about a Probably 2 tire widths to the outside.
Solid fill of the outer zone 1, fills all of outer zone 2. Not
Those
even close to a tire drop. Solid on that last outer clip, all the way through inside clip. And missed that last outer touch and go, though.
Did miss that last outer touch and go, but that was the best lead run, I would say, that we've seen out of these two so far.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He really... Crisis really knows the line. You can tell it by the way he drove it. He knows the line. He knows where the clips are. He just kind of... He let it go a little bit and sacrificed getting all the way out there to some of those touch and goes.
So Powder, my man, as a judge, I know you said you were looking for car control today, so are you more focused on the tire drops or the maintaining angle and staying in the outer zones? What is really going to be the main contributing factor to the judges' opinions today in your thoughts?
Well, I would say for me personally, it'd be more filling the zones because we've seen more in one run from 2 people not filling zones than tire drops.
Yeah.
That's a very good point.
100%. Tire drops are one thing, and yes, tire drops are controllable. You can control whether or not you drop a tire, but missing in a zone entirely, that's just driver error.
Yep.
It's nothing to do with your car setup. It's nothing to do with lag spikes or anything like that. That is just 100% driver error.
You just missed your entry. Exactly.
Yeah, you missed your transition, or you transition too early. Either one can cause you to miss a zone, whether it's too late or too early. It doesn't really matter. You're in control of that moment.
Absolutely. But no, great.
Yo, what's up? All right,
what do we got?
Don't is going to take Killa, or Don't, whoever you want to call him. He is going to take the win. Both leads were kind of shaky, but in the chase, Killa just had a way cleaner, more consistent line. So it was a lot closer in proximity. So he's going to take the dub on this one.
All right, there you have it.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
This is an awesome looking ride right here, too.
Yeah, it is.
Both of these cars, we never really got a chance to talk about it because we were trying to figure out if we had the bracket correct or not, but these are 2 great looking rides here, so my apologies to those guys for not getting to really give an overview of those cars as much as I'd like to, but great looking liveries and great driving from both of those guys. As always, like we said, you got to send it every single time, and that is going to, like you said, these guys are in complete control of their cars at all time, but I mean, you know, when you really, Powder talks about it every time I've casted an event with Powder here, is every single time he's talked about something changes when that light goes green, when the stream is on air, when the comp is live, something in the air changes.
Oh, absolutely. There is pressure there that you just, unless you run one of these events, you'll never understand it. You would never understand what it feels like to know that there are 50 plus people watching, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in the world of virtual drifting, that's a lot.
That's a whole lot of people.
It's a very niche viewership, but at the same point, with doing this, there's pressure there knowing that not only are they watching, but your friends are watching. You've got your team name on the side of your car, and this is for like a chance at a podium spot against some of the best in CarX drifting.
Absolutely, and also not only that, but you mentioned it's a niche market, and that is absolutely for sure. And what comes along with that is not only do you have a large number of people watching your run and paying attention to what you're doing, but there's not many casual viewers in that group. Everybody that's watching knows exactly what they're watching. So it's almost an increased sense of pressure when it comes from that, is you don't have anybody that's just like, oh, hey, car's sideways. They could just Google search for that. But if they are here with us, they know what S.O.G is all about. They know what CarX is all about, and they know what competitive drifting is all about. And they came to see a show, and they know exactly what they're going to get here with an S.O.G Drift Championship event.
Yeah, no, everybody that's watching this, if they're watching a competitive drifting, like virtual drift series, they know what they're talking about. They know what they're looking for. They know what they're watching. They are competitive drifters in and of themselves.
Absolutely.
So it's not just the casual viewer that watches it, because there isn't one.
Well, here
Got
we
our
have
drivers
our
lined up.
next
This
two.
is
We're
going
gonna
to
have
be
Royal and
Killy and
Killy. Look at that
Killy's
Viper
gonna
looking
be in the
mean.
lead. Yeah.
Loving that carbon right there on that machine. These guys are ready to go.
Coming around. Coming up to that acceleration point, and Killy is. Boy, that little rocket ship he's got.
Out
man.
of there.
Little tire drop on initiation, though. Not sure if they're going to count that against him, but he
Woo,
is.
lag
There's a
spike
lag
there.
Spike. But I'd say he's gapping the shit out of that Viper, but
Yeah,
all of a sudden
that
that lag
boof.
spike hit, he is right there.
Right back to the door.
Looked like another little tire drop on that outside touch and go. I mean, I'm not really sure what's going on here, but I know there's a straighten out right there after that last outside clip. Straightened just enough before that finish line for it to actually
absolutely
probably count against him.
Just a little bit there, but we'll see what the judges' thoughts are on it. And we could see here that Viper parking back there in the grass. I think he may be letting our cone car or letting someone know that there was about those lag issues, because we saw it for certain. I mean, he teleported a good 6-7 car lengths. That was a big one.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a big jump because he was getting left way behind on our end, which means he was either getting left behind on his end or he was right there.
Or he was right there the whole time, and
or maybe it didn't affect him at all. Look, they're lining up for the second round. Here
that's
we go.
possible. Might have just had to stretch his hands out a little bit.
Maybe. Got him lined up, waiting on the lights.
I wonder if they're
maybe now
if the cone car, if they're having a discussion about they need to rerun that one. Yep,
they're having a discussion.
That's what I was thinking. The cone car was talking about the lag, and these guys are going to back up and run it again. Now, unfortunately, there's a chance we're going to see a good amount of that tonight with the latest couple of updates to CarX. They've added some interesting features, but I believe everybody has noticed a decline in the quality of the network as far as the servers and everything like that goes. So there's definitely going to be a handful of that tonight, but here at S.O.G, these guys are fully aware of the situation going on with that, and we will be keeping an eye on everything to make sure that these drivers get a fair shot at making their run.
We got lights, camera action, go!
We're going to try it again here.
That 40-mile-an-hour zone, little cruise, 3, 2, 1, full throttle, and they're off. Solid. Another tire drop on that initiation.
Viper missing that inside zone as well.
Royal sent it a little too hard there after initiation. Killy running a solid line around this outer zone too. Couldn't tell if that was a tire drop or not from our vantage point, but the judges will know better. But killing the whole inside zone there, coming out to the outer touch and go and across the finish line. This is a solid run from Killy there. Solid chase from Royal too, but he left the door open for Killy to come in and just
the door was absolutely left open early on in the run, but I feel like he was able to make up for it towards the end, but I don't know if that will do enough in the eyes of the judges.
If Killy comes in and runs just a solid, clean chase with good proximity, I don't think that we're going to have a very long time to wait for the call to come through.
Powder, I think you agree with that, my friend, because I know I do.
Yes, sir.
And we're 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, that V10 power is on. Look at that, 90 degrees sideways.
In the inside zone, filling out the outer zone 1, about as close as you can get to not dropping a tire. Coming into outer zone 2, riding the edge of
using that X Factor zone there.
Gets right out the outside touch and go. Another outside touch and go. Coming in solid on the inside line. A hint of a tire drop. Missed that entire outside clip
absolutely
there.
Did there.
But Killy was...
That could have been because of the contact.
That's a good point. There was a solid tag right in the side of the door, right there in that last zone. You are absolutely right about that.
Solid point. Now, was that enough to negate his over-rotation after initiation during his chase run, where that entire chase run, Killy was glued to that car's door. I think Killy might have done enough in that chase run as a solid, clean chase to give himself the win, but I could be proved wrong if that contact was deemed enough to override the over-rotation from Royal's chase.
Now, given that question, Powder, how much leeway would you say that gives a run from the judge's perspective, as far as if you saw one driver that, as Brian says, pretty much just on the I don't want to say losing it, but on the worst end of the run, both lead and chase, but when that better driver makes that slip up right at the end, cause for contact, is that enough to override all of those other smaller mistakes, or is there more to be taken into consideration there?
Ooh, I would have to go back and watch the video replay of that to make a decision on that one.
So it's a per situation thing. It's not like a general overall rule. I got you.
Like it really depends, like, because that could have been caused by chase or it could have been caused by lead.
That's a good point as well.
If it was caused by lead, well then I'm gonna give it to chase. Well, if it was caused by chase, well then you give it to the lead.
Solid explanation and reasoning there. Biggest thing there was that contact between Killy and Royal caused by Royal decelling too much. Now, granted, he wasn't using his brakes. He was doing it the way you're supposed to. He was using angle and gearing to slow his vehicle down. And granted, yes, it is on the chase driver to avoid contact at all costs.
Yes.
But if such a sudden deceleration from the lead driver causes contact, it could be thrown back on the lead driver.
Absolutely. When you're in that close of proximity, I mean, it's a human reaction is just out the window at some point when the car in front of you just stops, you know?
Yep. So judges probably going to take their full 5 minutes, go over this one with a fine-tooth comb, and also trying to figure out whether or not that contact was lead or chase initiated, and who was at fault for it. On top of that, they have to weigh in that over rotation from Royal's chase.
Speaking of, Powder would like to take the time. Unfortunately, I have to make this statement. Would rather not make it, but we find ourselves after the second of this year having to make this statement.
What you
Let's
got, buddy?
get some RIPs for Mr. Block, one of the greatest to ever drive a vehicle.
Man,
absolutely. Let's go ahead and fill that
probably
chat
for
with
some of
yeah,
us,
absolutely.
one of the main reasons we even fell in love with drifting in the first place. Big bet.
I would say that for certain for me. It is absolutely true. I hadn't even, you know what, I had kept that out of my mind so far this evening, Mr. Powder. You had to go and do that to me. You had to go and do that to me, but you are absolutely right. That's a huge loss for the extreme sports community as a whole, from drifting to rallycross to everything, you name it, just straight up rally driving, everything that he was involved in, and the amount of eyes that were brought to those sports from people that would have never seen it before, and even things like the Pikes Peak hill climb. There were, that some of us just take for granted. I've known about that since I was a child. That's just something that I knew existed, but some people weren't even aware of what that was until they was it the Unicorn that they took up there to run that one time? I know they built a car specifically for it, but they took the Unicorn one time as well, right?
They did take the Unicorn, they drifted up to the top, but I think we have a decision here. Mr. Homer is in the building.
Yes, we do. Killy is going to take the dub on this one. Royal needs straighten up right, coming into that touch and go right before the finish line, straighten up, then finish.
Got it. You are right about that. Well, there we go. Killy will be taking it on the way into round 2.
There you go. The judges went with option 3 on the contact. It didn't cause any deviation in the line.
That's true.
So, there you have it.
Yeah. All right.
Next up.
It's racing.
Yes, it is. Next up, we are going to have Stade Scorpion and Stoner Racing. Scorpion is going to be our lead car for this one, for the first half of the run. Stoner Racing, I've seen a couple times in some of these comps. Does pretty good, usually. Stade Scorpion, on the other hand, is a new name, not only to the Drift Championship, but also to the S.O.G Discord. I have not seen him around very much often, so I'm curious to see what he can do.
Facts.
Yeah, I was scrolling down our list here. There is a handful of names that I haven't seen before, so I am definitely interested to see what's going on with that. But I also see a handful of names that I'm very familiar with, so I'm excited to see how they match up against these drivers that I haven't seen before and what that's going to mean for the second round of this event, the kind of matchups that we're going to get as we go forward. That's always one of my favorite things, especially about the way that S.O.G randomizes their brackets, is you see pairings that these guys could run 40 of these comps and never face off against each other because of the randomness. So you always see interesting pairings that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And you never know who's going to come out on top because of so many varying driving styles and vehicle types.
Plus, you got to take to account the fact that if it's a new driver that nobody's seen in the Discord, that driver instantly has an advantage.
Absolutely.
Over every other driver that hasn't seen that
nobody's
driver.
never seen. Yep, nobody knows how they drive, so they're coming in this just as blind as anybody else.
That is a great point.
I'm going to go ahead and give a couple shout-outs in the chat here. We got Team Baca in the house, FQC Productions, part of Team Baca, cheering on Stoner Racing. Got Buncho in the chat, Stardust as always, Kaiju Mason. Well, our chat's popping off tonight.
Everybody hanging out, having some fun.
Baca.
Check this ride out, digging the flames up the front, fading into the yellow in the rear. That's pretty interesting setup there.
Put that thing away before you sting somebody with it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, Team Baca comes out with some heavy liveries, man. These boys know their way around.
Going out looking like yellow jackets. You just need to put a sticker on your car. Facts.
Love it.
Hell yeah. Looking good.
They've got a new livery just about every single week that we do this. Nope, not
awesome.
A lie.
Well, while we wait for our next competitor to roll in, safety.
Give you a cheers on that, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but
That lovely Rebel 100 Kentucky bourbon whiskey.
There it is.
Well, you know the old vanilla crown. How you doing?
Eight-year-old 100-proof bourbon.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I wanted to keep my drone cam drone cam hand steady over here on my end of things, so I'm enjoying a good old Food Lion brand Dr. Perky this evening.
Nice.
Dr. Perky.
Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with some Dr. Perky.
No,
it's
sir.
It's a little bit sweeter. I think it's a little bit more syrupy than, say, Dr. Pepper.
I would completely agree with that. That is exactly how I would describe it.
I'll tell you
my better half says that they're not any different to her.
Oh.
And I'm like, what?
You know what?
She obviously hasn't drank enough.
You go with your lady on this one. Look, check it out.
Uh-oh.
You go ahead and tell me every 23 flavors that you can pick out in Dr. Pepper. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Yeah, I can't.
One thing I can tell you about Dr. Pepper, though, compared to other sodas, I love how we're doing a drift comp and like discussing soda flavoring. I love it. The one thing I can tell you about Dr. Pepper that no other soda, like when I drink a Pepsi, every time I crack a can of Pepsi, I taste Pepsi. Every time I crack a Coke, I taste Coca-Cola. Every Dr. Pepper that you drink tastes different to me.
You're not
There,
wrong.
sometimes you get a good, and whether it's in a can, out of the fountain, from a bottle, sometimes you're like, damn, that's a good Dr. Pepper. And then other times it's just kind of, you know, it's just normal. It's just bland. It's not great. So I don't, that's the only soda that does that to me, is Dr. Pepper.
What's up, Homer?
What's up?
We got 2 minutes.
So State is not going to make it.
Unfortunate.
He took the wrong time to take care of some personal business, so Stoner's going to take this one.
All right. Well, it happens like that sometimes. There's always next week.
Yes,
We do always say around here, life comes first. How you doing?
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
This video game will be here tomorrow.
That's
Life
right. Handle your
life-
shit, boo-boo. Handle your shit.
Life comes first. Next up is going to be Remix and Labby. Labby?
Labby?
I think it's Labby.
I think it's Labby because it would be Labby with 2 B's, probably.
Labby. Labby. Remix and Labby.
Always the fun part of esports is the pronunciation of names and such.
Oh,
sometimes
my
they're
God.
really obvious. Sometimes it's craziness.
Sometimes
Look, I
it's a
feel
little
like-
fucked up.
I don't know if
Your
y'all
boy
watch any
Powder
Counter-Strike. What'd you say, Powder?
I do.
Well,
I was gonna say,
I was gonna see if
that
you
might be
know this
ahead
one,
on that
Powder.
A little bit.
If you know
What's up?
this one, well, he used to play for Na'Vi, but there was a whole thing that went there. But this guy's name, I'll spell it for y'all: BOOMBL4. How would you pronounce that? I think Powder already knows, but Brian, how would you pronounce that name? BOOM, boom, BL4.
Honestly, I wouldn't even attempt. I would just call him Boom.
Powder, you know what they call him?
I don't remember. That was
You don't
a while
remember that?
back, bro.
Yeah, it was a little while. He goes by Boomage. How the hell do you get that from, like, the boom part, obviously, but BL4? How the hell does that come out to age? Like, I still to this day I don't get it.
That a Mister. Oh, never mind. I was about to say we had somebody
You
hop
wanna
in
know
the
something
boat,
funny?
hop right back out.
Ran across a
Let's go.
urinal with a serial number tag of 4U2TN.
Yep, I've seen a couple of those.
The hell? Yeah.
All right, so these are easy. Like we said, we think it's Labby. Look at these cars, though. These are
Labby's
some
in the
racing-looking
chains.
machine.
Skirt.
Yeah, they
Look
are.
at that drift missile. Skirt.
I'm digging that right there. All right, well, these guys are ready to rip it.
Lights, camera, action. Coming around our little cruise section. You always have to have a nice cruise before you full throttle send it down the straightaway. Coming up with initiation, solid angle from both drivers. Feeling all of that inside clip coming all the way out to the edge of outer zone 1. Coming into outer zone 2, you know they're going to fill it all the way through. Solid proximity from our chase driver, all the way out to the edge, all the way out to that other touch and go. Fills the entire inside zone, looking like there might have been a hint of a tire drop, but could have not
Okay,
been.
viewers. Right there, these two drivers right here. Tell me if you saw what I just seen. The smoothest lead and the smoothest chase. I didn't see
that was a
damn
run.
correction from either one of them.
That was a run for you right there. That was super clean. These cars are locked, loaded, and ready to go. These drivers are giving it everything. What a run.
That was a solid lead and chase. About a 90 to 95 point run for the lead. I do believe he missed that last outside touch and go, but that was probably the only mistake he made.
Yes, they were a little on the inside on that one.
Look at the proximity coming into this.
Look at
Oh, little contact there.
No.
That's what happened. Oh no.
And I would say
but you
now,
know what, folks?
I was gonna say, let's go to the judge on this one of Powder. What's your thought on the contact there? Would that be on the chase driver, on that one?
Yeah.
That was kind of what I was thinking.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Considering the fact that the lead was so far rotated, he was already going to spin out.
That's true. You'd have to go back. You would have to go back and look at the replay again. I'd have to see it.
Yeah, I'd have to see it again, but I do believe maybe Levy was over-rotating on that one and just...
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
But they are driving back to the start here.
It could.
Was there a situation where when they got to the initiation that somebody lagged out there? Because like I said, everybody has a different feel for the game. That's the biggest issue going on, in my opinion, with CarX at the moment, is not only has there been a slight render lag that has been added to the game, so you could even be in a single player lobby driving around and every once in a while it'll hiccup on you. So not only is there that, but there has also been network lag added, so you put the two together and now you have, you know, between us, the viewer, and then these two drivers, that's three different perspectives. We could have three different things going on in the server at the same time at the moment. So it's a little bit, you know, unfortunate circumstances as far as CarX goes at the moment. I'm sure that that the developers have to know that that's going on. It's kind of hard to miss it. So I'm sure that's going to be worked on. So competitive events like this, it's going to be kind of difficult to manage that until they are able to get that taken care of.
Yeah, we're going to take a hit until it gets fixed. But at the same point, I know they were trying be the key term, to reformat CarX Street to be released for PC.
Yes.
Realistically, I think they need to scrap that whole idea.
And just have it be a mobile game.
Yeah, that thing just needs to stay mobile. It needs to stay mobile.
Leave it on mobile and just focus on fixing the servers on the PC and console side for CarX Drift, and also add a few more maps for the console players to refresh the game.
Absolutely. I know we are, the three of us are already sitting here preaching to the choir, as they say, because from my understanding, from my personal, you know, stream community, I know from the Reddit community, Discord communities, I'm pretty sure almost everybody is on the same page. Now, obviously, I can't speak to what the company CarX wants to do with CarX Street. They can do that, you know, that's their own decision. But as far as CarX Drift goes, I mean, this is all my personal opinion, of course, not related to S.O.G in any way. But my personal Alex opinion is that nobody asked for VR support. And nope. I greatly appreciate them doing that. I don't have a VR headset myself, but it's really cool. That's so awesome that they did that. But we don't want that right now. Like we want things to work better, and we're all tired of running the same lines on the same maps. And with S.O.G, I know you guys work really hard to try to come up with new and creative lines for these events. I know personally with my slide style events, I try to come up with new and creative lines in parts of the map that people maybe haven't spent a lot of time exploring. But it gets to the point where we've touched every single corner of the game, and VR doesn't change that. Yeah, absolutely. And
yeah,
and it's so unfortunate for a game like this to get stale because of I mean, there's almost 100 cars with so many body kit and livery options. I believe it's the best livery editor in any video game, any car racing video game, CarX by far. It's incredible.
The only one that I would possibly say has it beat is the livery editor in Gran Turismo.
I haven't checked that one out yet. Is it cool?
Because it is, oh my god, it's amazing. And it's also user interface, like you can create your own stickers and import them to the game.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, that's pretty cool. Homer, what's up, my bud?
What's up, boys? So maybe he's going to take this one. Chase did not give him enough room going into initiation, which caused contact, which threw him off his line going into interclip 1, causing him to have to correct, which also caused more contact going into outer zone 1 as well.
Understood. Right. There you have it. Well, the missiles will come away with it here. This is a great looking car. They did a really good job with the design.
He really killed that.
You know, Mr. Leonardo, I'm doing just fine. The question is,
How you doing?
Yeah, chat. You know what? Let's get a W powder going in the chat. Let's see how many W powders we can get.
What can we get for our boy Powder over here? Show some love.
Let's see how many W powders we can get tonight.
I see a couple of familiar names in the chat as well. What's going on, my guys? I had some, of course, advertising this event. I've been talking about it for 2 weeks now on my stream, saying, guys, y'all have got to come watch. You got to come watch. Come hang out with us. Come check out the S.O.G event. I'm finally back on Saturday. Come check it out. So I appreciate my guys coming to hang out, show some love.
I've been rolling up into your fucking streams too.
Yep, Powder's been hanging out with us, man. We appreciate everybody coming to do that.
We were watching some fucking New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Yes, we were.
I don't know where you guys were, but shit, we were watching it. How you doing?
Y'all missed some matches.
Match. That wasn't even a 5-star. That was a 6-star, according to Powder. And I guarantee you, Dave Meltzer too.
I bet you he's gonna say the same thing. Absolutely. I've got to watch that match again. I can't wait. I had such a fun time watching it with these guys on stream. I feel kind of bad because a handful of the guys in my community are not wrestling. They're not wrestling fans. So that was their first experience watching a wrestling match. Is one of the best wrestling matches I've seen in a long time. So they're kind of screwed because every match they watch after that, they're going to be like, well, it wasn't as good as the first one.
Yeah, it's kind of like my wife didn't watch anything other than like WWE, WCW, shit like that, right? NXT, ECW.
Yeah.
Me, on the other hand, you know my knowledge, so I'm always.
Oh, yes, sir. Powder knows it all. All right, well, speaking of a match, we've got Reaper and Mason right here. They're going to throw it down. Let's see what they've got for us here as they launch off. Oh, a little tap there headed into the initiation as they head into inside zone 1. Tire drop there on the chase car as they make their way around.
They hold it. Got a little drop from the lead on outside zone 1.
So that's one drop both on my count. Filling out the touch and goes here, it looks like.
Tire drop on outside clip right before the inside by Reaper.
But you know what? I feel like that's the hardest somebody has sent it into that fucking inside clip yet.
I would agree with that for sure. They ripped that one.
Seen anybody come in there? They were moving.
Facts.
And Mason, now we don't have the team names in front of their names on the bracket. I believe that is Kaiju Mason. I have not seen the livery up close, and it doesn't look like one I've seen before, but I believe that is Kaiju Mason.
And these boys throw down.
Trying to get a closer look here at these cars. We'll take a look at them after this run is over with here as they make their way through the start part of the course here.
Go fast zone, and good lord, that BMW is gone.
Good grief. But here we go. Chase car missing the outer zone, but making their way back up to the door. Maybe more worried about proximity than hitting the zone. And it may work out for him here in the end.
And look, as a judge, I'd rather see proximity from a chase than fucking filling his own. Big bet.
Absolutely. Well, big tire drop there from the lead and the chase. These guys are kind of all over the place.
That might have been 2 tires for the lead. Reaper might be able to pull this one out just for the simple fact that is a DQ lead by dropping 2 tires.
Yep, that was.
I see you, Titan. Appreciate you, fam.
Judges have got plenty to look at here.
Yeah, they definitely left enough for the judges to make a decision. This is going to be one to think about.
Talking about the liveries on these rides, take a look here.
And I just got confirmation that is Kaiju Mason. That is Kaiju Mason.
Awesome. Check out the
carbon
Kevlar
hood fenders.
Yeah.
Carbon Kevlar. Let's go.
For those of you watching along with the stream, my apologies for how jerky the drone cam is. It kind of has to be that way for me to be able to keep up with these guys hitting. What would you say they're hitting that first initiation zone at? What speed roundabouts?
I want to say
70 to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
So me
You
having
said
to keep up with these guys. So when we're sitting here kind of sitting in our finish area checking these cars out, my camera wants to she's set up for speed right now, so it kind of wants to jump to the left and right as we move around. Our other car here went all the way back to the start line. We can fly. You can see the speed. So we've got some speed in our drone here. This little thing can move.
big facts.
What's up,
Yeah.
Mr. Homer?
What's up, Mr. Brian? So the dub is going to go to Reaper. Mason dropped 2 tires on the last inner clip.
Yes,
Powder
sir.
called it. That's going to be it right
seen
there. Well, congratulations. Moving on to the
Hey,
next
look,
round
Joey,
is going
the
to be
reason
Reaper
why
here.
it's so fast is this goddamn fucking brushless motors in it. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Extra,
right.
Quite extra efficient, man. They're running about 120,000 RPM. You know what I'm saying?
120,000
Instead of here now.
Now, Timber, I don't know anybody that is coming into that initiation at 110 miles an hour.
And no. See, look. That's kilometers per hour, fool.
I have never seen somebody hitting that initiation zone at 110 miles per hour.
80, definitely. I've seen that already.
I'm sure I could
I'm
come
all-
into that first zone at 110. You know what I would do? I would come along
Miss
this
that
way like
whole
this, and I
clip.
would go straight
Well,
this
see,
way.
The problem, Timber, we can't see their damn speedometers, all right? You know what I'm saying? We don't see how fast they go. We can only guesstimate, you know, with our educated minds and
Yeah.
shit like that. You know?
Next up is going to be Corey, Doug, and Quilla.
Ooh.
And that is our very own S.O.G. Quilla.
I know Quilla is always here to bring it, so Corey Doug's going to have his work cut out for him here.
Yeah.
Although I haven't seen this Corey yet, so maybe it's the other way around. We don't know
It
yet.
might
That's
be.
possible.
It might be, but I do know that when Quilla shows up,
Have
and
you
it's
seen Corey
focused-
yet?
I have seen Corey. I haven't drifted with him very much, but I have seen him around.
Okay. I'm talking about in a comp setting.
I have not seen him in a comp setting, no.
Because we all know, drifting over on Red Rock or the Togue or wherever the hell you're at, casually drifting compared to lining it up right here and one of these, nah, totally
Whole
different.
different thing. Whole different thing.
Whole big ball there.
You might be the best out of your group of friends on Red Rock, but come over here, you're gonna learn real quick. Being the best on Red Rock ain't shit.
It doesn't do a thing for
Facts.
you when you line up
Facts, you
for
know,
a competitive
your boy
event,
Kyle
especially
Love
on a
drifting
speed
so
track
much.
like this.
He gonna be 90 years old with no teeth, drifting his walker around his fucking kitchen with
Still
a banana
commentating
peel
on
on the
drift match.
floor, just like rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat.
You know he's going to be in here. We're not going to be able to get rid of this man. Powder's going to be, he's going to be at the nursing facility, and he's going to have his headset on, ready to rock and roll.
I'll be drifting. I'm gonna fucking soup up my jazzy wheelchair to do 35 so I can drift around the halls, just like spin them so I can get bitch all tires on, you know?
He's going to have 90s on that bad boy.
Yeah. Still belted. You'll see the
Yep.
fucking
He'll be all the way through
wires
it.
just hanging out. Yeah.
All right, well, here we go. There's our boy Quilla. We got Corey right here in this bright blue machine. Clean-looking BMW.
I like
Two
that
BMWs
color, though.
facing
I
off.
like the color.
So we're going to see what these guys have got here as they get ready to launch off the line.
By the way, caution is hot.
3, 2, 1, go. Coming around our 40-mile-an-hour area. Little safe cruise and blast off. Corey gonna take off in the lead position. Solid initiation. Both of them killing that incline zone.
Oh, big drops into the dirt.
Bad unfortunate.
That's unfortunately
Contact
gonna be
there.
a DQ lead run for Corey. Because up until that point, there was not any contact.
And other than that, the rest of the run was pretty solid. Unfortunate situation there. As we had the chase driver dropped out, or do they have a reset point set up? They have a reset point set up.
He
Okay.
has a reset point.
I'm
Yep.
just saying, you know what? Let's give it up to our, my man Coy right there with the full send on the initiation coming in through that
He was
inside
hard
clip
of it.
down.
Yeah, that inside clip, that first inside clip, man, those guys were 90 degrees sideways, door to door coming through there. I'd love to know how fast they were going. That was wild. Let's see if they do it again here.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it was probably 85 mile an hour.
Yeah, that is
The
wild.
Double bob and weave over around the cone car.
We had big initiation here. Want to get all that angled. Oh, did what I talked about. So much speed on that over rotation at the beginning there. Had to catch it back up and it put him in the grass.
Back in it though. He couldn't. He had to get back in it. That's the thing. Is like you can't just give up.
Little 360 action there headed into the last corner. Glad we were able to catch that. Having a little fun with it. They know they're out as far as the chase run goes. At least we don't know about the judges' opinions, but as far as that chase run goes, they knew they were out of it. Having a little fun, throwing a 360 in there at the end.
All fun and games. That's real fun to watch. My only gripe about that is after he sent it like that, try and get back into it.
Absolutely.
Because you never know if that lead driver is going to DQ himself, and that'll be a double DQ causing an OMT.
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. It's one thing every time I have been here on the cast with Powder, we have always said no matter what happens, finish your run. Every single time.
Yep. Facts.
But then again, like we said, maybe kind of waving the white flag there a little bit, saying, hey, that was my bad. That's going to be that.
Quilla's taking it. DQ on lead and chase.
Alrighty.
How we seen it.
Yep, I think that was just a little white flag waving there. Just a little fun, little entertaining spin around at the end.
Corey, Mr. Corey. No bad show. As far as Powder is concerned, the best show so far. Way to send that.
I'm telling you, man, rip that thing. Absolutely. Ain't no bad show at all, man. You are absolutely fine. As long as you come out and send it and give it your all, man, that is all we could ask of you. That's all we could ask of every driver here. We're glad for everybody that comes out and shows off their car, their skills, and throwing down on this line.
That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Ain't nobody definitely can even dispute that fact. We just witnessed it, and you know what? I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, like I said, I enjoy the show as far as the little 360 dance around there at the end. Love that stuff, and we all love Quilla here, so we are glad to see him moving on to the next round.
Thanks. And look at the sportsmanship from Corey over here, just like, yeah, that's right, whatever.
Great
Next
stuff from
up,
these guys.
We've got DJ Life and Ion. DJ Life is going to be in the lead.
Are these names that you guys are familiar with? I'm not. I haven't seen either of these names.
I know DJ.
All right.
Okay, he knows.
Powder knows DJ. What can we look to expect from DJ? Is he an aggressive driver? Is he more consistent? What's his?
Aggressive.
Got you.
He is aggressive. The other, who was the other one you said? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Ion.
Ion. I need to see that gamer tag or whatever. I don't know if it's because I know an Ion. I'm just not sure if it's
somebody's rolling up in a flanker right here.
Dirt.
Well, this is going to be I right here. I showing up in the flanker. This thing is looking sick.
I don't know that full.
That is an interesting vehicle to chassis to bring.
It definitely is. Team S.O.G, as you can see here on the door and on the roof.
Hey, look, Corey, and I'm going to stress it again. Seat time.
Yep. Can never go wrong with practice. They say practice makes perfect, and that is not just an old saying. That is the absolute truth.
It is, bud. And if you don't believe us, listen to Allen Iverson. Yeah. He'll
Right,
tell
we're
you.
talking.
It's all
We're
about
talking about. We're talking about practice, not a game, not the game.
We're talking about practice.
So much speed headed into that first inside zone. They're not really filling out that outside zone, though. We'll see if they make it over here. Oh, bit over rotation there from the lead car. Chase car actually there to help nudge him along and keep the car moving straight and get this line finished up. As they dive into the final inside zone here. Decent recovery on the line, making that outside clip. Outside touch and go there, rather, at the end of the run, but definitely an over rotation in that second outside zone from our lead car.
I don't know if it was so much an over rotation, more than it was just an oversteer and a correction.
Yeah. Because that thing definitely, it was like headed beyond 90 degrees. It was starting to make its way on around.
About to spin out.
No, I think, yeah, you're right. I think he had it. It was just, but it slowed up so much and it put the chase car right to his door. But with that not being a decel, well, this track really doesn't have any decel zones. So, I mean, with that not being a decel zone, that would be on the lead car, correct? Well, either way, we've got on the flip side now. Eye on the lead. Little tap to the bumper there, headed into that first zone. Looks like it didn't affect them too badly here, as they're able to fill out the first outside zone. Yeah, just rattle his cage a little bit. Definitely filling the second outside zone all the way out. Hitting the first touch and go.
Looks like
second touch and go.
Now,
absolutely not getting all of that inside. The final inside zone, not getting all of it, but the rest of that run was
yeah, didn't get all of that. He
absolutely
came in
awesome.
The apex of it.
Yep.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. It happens. It happens.
Powder, my friend, you want to do me a favor?
What's up, my friend?
You said you've got us up on the TV in the house, right?
Si, senor.
Would you mind just clicking the volume down on that bad boy, just a little bit?
Oh no, that ain't me.
Oh, it's not you.
Oh.
Oh, he said he's got it on mute. Well, then I guess that leaves only one other person.
That is the other side's stream going, and Curdy's voice really carries it.
Nah, you're all
at like 20. I was at like 20 volume out of 100.
I was hearing somebody else talking, and it wasn't one of the three of us. And I was like, "There's ghosts. There's ghosts in my house." Where'd our drivers go?
Oh, that deep voice.
I'll tell you, Curdy's got that smooth radio voice.
Yeah, he does.
You got that voice like he's about to announce something major, and
absolutely.
You just want to hear his voice. All right, but I do have a decision for y'all.
All right, what do we got?
Ion's gonna take it just overall smoother and cleaner in his lead and chase.
All right, well there you have it. DJ Lifegood runs, but I is gonna be moving on to the next round. Like you said, interesting vehicle choice here, but I mean, the speed demon, the speed demon making the speedy track work for him.
Alrighty, so next up is going to be Plunge and Misery.
All right. Not a lot of front camera in this flanker here, I noticed before it pops out.
No, not at all.
Let me see. Up our other vehicle already dropped out. I was going to look at a comparison there, but not very much front camera. And usually, I mean, obviously with drifting, that's something that you see a lot, just part of the overall modifications to the front steering rack of a competitive drift machine. But in that car, there wasn't a whole lot to it. If we look at Homer's ride here, you can see definitely a lot more camber there in the front end.
Yeah.
I run close to like anywhere between 9 and 10 degrees.
That is exactly where mine is on my, not that I do a whole lot of driving, but my setup on my car is exactly the same. I aim for about 10 degrees of front camber in mine as well. Well, since we're on the subject, look here at Misery's machine. Decent amount here, probably about, would you say, 7 or 8 degrees looking there. Got the license plate here showing some love. We all feel the same sentiment for sure. Got the carbon on this machine, and then here is S.O.G plunge over here.
Yes, sir.
Check
One of the
this
newer
ride
members
out.
to S.O.G.
777's on the roof there, throwing the lucky number. Buncho in the chat saying James Dean only runs 3 front camber, I guess 3 degrees of front camber and 3 degrees of caster, and that's it. So much of it. One thing that we end up talking about on my stream sometimes when we're hanging out, doing a little CarX, talking about some tuning stuff, is there's the whole entire unit of the front steering rack. Some people say, well, what can I do to adjust this in my driving and everything? And some people say, oh, we'll adjust this by a little bit, or adjust this, or adjust that. And they don't really understand that that's a whole entire system there with the steering rack, the suspension, just everything is so tied in together that people running specific numbers doesn't. Look at that angle headed through the first inside zone there.
Is full sending it. Looked like there might have been a hint of a tire drop there on that first outside clip, but Plunge is full sending it here.
Absolute ripper of a run.
Our boy in the chase over here. He was able to get close up.
Misery was
proximity here on
able to
the-
get back, absolutely. But
Yeah, he's able to close up there during the inside zone only for the simple fact that is a heavy engine decel zone. Like, your engine and gearing is going to slow your car down no matter what you do there. Doesn't
sure.
matter. You're not able to carry the same amount of speed. But at the same point, that's the only spot he was able to close that proximity at.
because the entire first 3 quarters of that run was just all Plunge all day. My man was on that.
As soon as they hit that acceleration point, Plunge was gone.
Well, here we go. It's going to be Misery on the lead here. Let's see if he's able to duplicate that lead and run away from Plunge himself. But Plunge just knows he needs to keep that proximity. He got the angle on the first zone, but same thing, tire drops on the rear, headed through that first outside zone. Definitely going to be some interesting little details on these 2 runs here for the judges to look at.
They're both leaving it open for each other, but the proximity.
Absolutely.
I wonder if that fucking tire drop from the chase is going to be counted, considering all he did was mirror the leader right off the side.
I would say, yeah, that the chase would be at no fault there, because they did a great job matching not only on their proximity, but matching the angle as well. And I mean, their job is to chase, and if the lead car heads off into the dirt,
If the lead car goes off,
you're with them.
You're going with them regardless.
But there's definitely, I don't know if the tire tracks are still in the server. They are not. Unfortunate. But I watched back.
Quick to take those out now.
I watched back over some of our older events, just checking out some things on old streams and the way I used to do graphics and things like that, just looking at stuff. But I noticed that there were tire tracks from the previous run throughout the entire course of a line. So at some point, we were talking about CarX updates earlier, at some point they greatly reduced the length of time that the tire tracks stick around.
It's
unfortunate for our case.
Yes, but at the same point, it's a pixelated resource that can be better used elsewhere.
Oh, for certain. Completely agree with that.
For rendering purposes and everything else. Like it's better used elsewhere as far as trying to keep the game stable.
I definitely agree with that.
Like an ignition button. Way to go,
yeah,
that
was something we never needed. That was something we never fucking needed. Ever.
Yeah.
I don't need to turn my car on and off for the simple fact that we can't get out of the fucking cars and walk around.
Yeah, I don't really get that. Well, that's like I talked about earlier with the VR. It's like, man, that's super cool. Thank you for doing that. But Why? It's not anything anybody was looking for there.
Yeah, that's about as pointless as a broken pencil. Just saying.
Ah, this guy.
Yeah, VR sport for fucking a game, like, it's... I understand they're still trying to fill that gap between arcade and sim racing. But at some point, like, you've got to either choose. Do you want it to be sim or do you want it to be arcade?
Yep.
Because if you're going the sim route, right now the only other sim drifter out there is Assetto Corsa.
And that's
If you're
you
gonna
need
go
and
the
you need all kinds of
route.
mods and stuff for that. Do you not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Yep.
not
Oh,
even.
yeah, you
I really can't
It's not
even say that.
console
Yeah,
at
you.
all.
I wouldn't even say that competes with this game at all either, because that's not only is that we said this is a niche market as it is, but when you not only have to get the game, but then also install the correct mods and have the correct setup to be able to run it. I mean, I think that just kind of almost takes it out of the equation as far as, like you
really
said,
does.
the typical player is concerned.
No, it really does, because of the simple fact that to even be competitive on Assetto Corsa, you need a full sim rig.
Absolutely.
Hands down, plain and simple. And not only that, but the cross-play takes out a good 85% of your player base.
Yep.
So with that being said, CarX Drift is the only cross-platform, old-gen, new-gen, multi-platform drifting, quote-unquote, simulator.
Yeah.
Now,
Actually, you can get down on a Switch if you want to.
Absolutely.
now,
for
with that,
sure.
With that being said, yeah, okay, one could argue Forza. Well, Forza's not a sim either.
Oh, definitely not. Well, that's not what Forza is there for at all. That's not there. Yeah.
No. See, now that's CarX Street and Forza are more closely related than anything else.
I believe. I
understand
think
that's
what they
they're
were.
shooting for.
I think what they were trying to do with what they are trying to do with CarX Street is really create a spiritual successor to Need for Speed Underground 2 using this game engine.
Close. Yeah,
I
close.
kind of
Right.
feel like that's like the
People-
idea of what they're going for.
Yeah. Now,
People forget to realize. Read the names of the games, just like the people complaining about people racing around on this game. What's the name of the game you're on right now?
CarX
That's right.
Drift Racing.
Racing.
Oh, it is racing. Oh, yeah, okay. So this game that they got over here, CarX Street.
It is a street game.
Yep,
Nowhere
street racing
does
game.
it imply
That is a drift
anything
successor to this.
other
No,
than street.
I don't believe that CarX Street is the successor to this game in any bit.
No, not at all.
I think
It was
I think
definitely
it's
not
a
supposed to be.
branch. No, it's a branch off, yes, but it is not the successor to this game. Now, granted, they have CarX Street 2 on mobile. I believe what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep the live updates on CarX Drift Racing alongside the mobile game to continue this game and keep its life cycle up. What you
Yes.
got, Homer?
It's gonna be an OMC. It was just too close to call.
All right, we get to
All
see these guys throw it down again.
I am down.
Sign me up.
Yep. I am 1000% okay with this. Let's do it again. Do it a fucking game.
Relax, Jericho.
A little bit of the bubbly.
Ayatollah of rock and roller. You don't believe me? Me here the same time next week. I shall show you once again.
Again?
The man of 1,000 holds.
Nah, it's
Armbar.
1004.
1,004.
Armbar. The three-handled credenza. Armbar. Spinning Saskatchewan Toho. Armbar.
Love it. Look at all of that. Hey, both of these guys nailing that inside zone there. The chase driver not getting all of that outside zone, but no tire drops this time around. It looks like we're playing a little bit more conservative with the line here. Making sure not to drop tires off the course. Drone camera losing the cars there almost. My apologies there, but...
Speaking of wrestling, our drone driver is currently wrestling with his controls.
Yeah, seriously.
Facts.
Almost got a little bit of that.
I'm telling you, I'm going to have to
people's
invest in a new controller here. This thing is killing me. I've been saying it for weeks, and yet I haven't done anything about it. I need to do something, man. I got this old Walmart Xbox controller.
It could be like that sometimes.
It's comfortable. It's a nice controller. It's just the analog sticks are horrible.
On the real, though, just go buy a used PS5 controller.
That's exactly what I want to do, is get a PlayStation controller.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna worry about chat. Tells you how to link it. Nice initiation right there.
Ooh,
A
so
little bit of
much
an
angle.
interesting initiation. He kind of like sent it and then like reinitiated halfway through the initiation. So
Yeah,
that's
like
kinda
it
odd.
sent it and then like put another stamp on it and sent it again. Like it was
Yeah.
definitely interested to go back and get the replay on that. Not really filling out that final inside zone, but it did get the last outside clip before the finish line.
There's another interesting set of runs from these two.
Definitely a lot to look over.
I think I really feel like there were less mistakes in the first set of runs than the second set.
I think I could agree with that. I would say that there was the early half of the run was better on the second here, though, on the one more time. I would say the early parts were better, at least for the lead drivers. But it's the getting into that second half of the run, especially coming through with this area over here. It being a really big sticking point with the judges that this is a no-go zone. This is going to be a tire drop here. So these guys are definitely trying to make sure that they get out of this second outside zone here so that they can hit the touch and go on the cross side. I think the timing there is one of the more difficult parts, because if you don't get the touch and go here in exactly the right way, it makes getting into this final inside zone very, very difficult. And it's leading to a lot of guys either missing the zone and being like, 2-3 feet to the outside of that white line, or it's getting tire drops on the rumble strips here.
That inside zone is the trickiest part of this entire course.
No. See, you got that wrong once again.
Uh-oh.
The trickiest part of the course is signing up for the damn comp in the first place, knowing you're going to go up against all these counts.
Here goes Philosopher Powder over here, letting us know the real truth of.
I mean, he's not wrong though.
He is absolutely right. I love it.
You got to be pretty well confident in yourself to sign up for one of these things.
Facts. Or you'll get the person like me that'd be, alright, at driving I ain't the best, but I ain't the worst, But, I got room for improvement, so you know what I do? I'll sign up for a comp with fucking ridiculously good drivers. Knowing I'm gonna get my ass handed to me, I don't give a shit. Point is I'm gonna study like a son bitch. Where my notes at?
It's gonna make you better.
That's why I'm in this. That's the whole
Always
reason I'm in
surround
this.
yourself
That's
with
true.
better
Brian will be
people than what
part
you
of
are.
our last pairing for the first round here today.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Big facts.
Excited to see what I can do. Not sure. I don't know if I've ran with stealth or not. I can't remember.
Hey, look. Let me give you a little bit of advice.
It don't matter who I'm up against.
That's
I can only
correct.
control what I can do.
You just look at the car next to you and go, that's a nice looking car. Flash your lights and take off.
Yep.
That's it. It really doesn't matter who's in that driver's seat, for the simple fact that any point in time, all it takes is a tire drop, or all it takes is a little bit too much throttle modulation, and woo, here we go. We're watching Beyblades.
Yep.
So, which brings us back to the point. Always finish your runs. folks, you never know what the hell's gonna happen. You could have just dropped 2 tires on one turn going through a fucking zone. And guess what? The driver in front of you just got super excited knowing that he just, gets a free win. And guess what? Goes a little too ham and pulls a fucking Chelsea DeNova and throws himself off the track. How you doing?
Thanks. What's up, Homer?
What's up, Brian? So the dub is going to go to Misery. Overall, a little bit cleaner in his lead and chase.
Alrighty.
There you have it right there.
GG's Misery. Good runs plunge too, though.
Absolutely.
He definitely had some solid runs.
And you know what, Stealth? You're right. I am looking forward to it. You're right. Let's get it, Brian. Big facts. Can't wait
Oh,
to
I'm
see
down. Hell yeah. It's going to be fun. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Yeah. Shoving a Honda.
Next up is going to be Timber and Miss Kookie.
Oh, yeah. Facts. I have not seen this Miss
Twisted
Kookie.
Timber. I have not either. This is a name for me.
You have not seen Twisted Timber?
No, I've seen Twisted Timber. I'm talking about Miss Kookie.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
No. Oh,
I'll
big
say,
Timber.
we've seen Timber
Now, my
before for sure.
question is,
Timber the homie.
Is Miss Kookie altogether ookie, and is she part of the Addams family? Just asking. Just asking.
Well, there is a car suddenly
Especially with
appearing
Wednesday
directly in
going
front of
on
us.
right now, I'll be capitalizing on that.
Hello?
Hello, Governor.
So we got our 2 drivers in the building.
Who is that? There, that is Timber in the purple car.
And then we've got Rose on the other side. I guess that is Miss Cookie there.
Miss
That's going to be the
Yeah.
difference in the Discord and in-game names. So we've got Rose and Timber here.
I like that Lexus. I really like that Lexus.
Somebody's car is stuck in the server here, so they're going to take care of that real quick, and then we will...
Hold up, folks. Did that say Rose on the side of that car?
Yeah.
Yes, it
Yes,
did.
it did.
If this is who I think it is, strap on your seatbelt, boys.
Let's see it.
Oh, we're off. We are off.
Coming down through the 40-mile-an-hour zone, kick it off in the high-speed section. Coming up to initiation, that is a aggressive initiation. Looked like
Absolutely.
a slight tire drop there. Filling that whole outside zone of 1, coming in outside zone 2.
All of 2 as
all
well.
The way through. Coming out of that touch and go, fills that nicely. Coming out the other touch and go, all damn near perfect, all the way through the inside.
We finish it
Coming up the last
up. Look
outer,
at that. That
all
was
the way.
about a perfect lead run as we have seen all day.
Person, I think it is, folks.
I was going to say,
95
Powder called it. He said that's going to be a run to watch right there. And we've got to say, man, Timber on the chase with such a great lead run. Timber was there almost every step of the way. The judges are going to have to look at such little tight details to make a decision. Here, we'll see how the second run goes.
Lights, camera, action, go. 3, 2, 1, high speed. Timber's S15 taking off just like I know they can. Hits that inside clip, damn near perfect. All of outer zone 1. Coming out to outer zone 2. Little scout, there we go. All the way out to the edge of that.
Every bit of it.
This Rose is right there on his bumper.
All the way up,
Perfect on
almost
the
touching
two.
the door.
Look
So close.
Look at this door. Nom.
Look at these runs.
That is 2 of the cleanest runs we have seen all night long. I do not want to be a judge for this one.
Definitely not after that.
I wasn't going to see you, Rose. I saw it. Caught that one on the door. Oh, yeah. Facts. I warned everybody. What'd you think of that? Huh?
Yep,
Huh,
that was a show right there.
I clearly warned you about it. I clearly warned you. That lets us go dumb hard, though.
Yeah, it does.
This is an awesome looking ride right here. Front line here on the back window.
Yep, team front line. Team front line. A hell of a run by both drivers. Big facts. Not bad. Not bad. That's some good quality driving, folks.
Twisted Machine right here in purple.
Mm-hmm.
Twisted, those guys got some solid liveries themselves. They know what they're doing with that livery editor.
Absolutely do. Some of my favorite ones I've seen in this game are come from those guys.
Yeah.
I love the one with the the claw that comes up around the team name.
Oh, you're talking about like what Rooster comes up in and his
Yes.
tofu?
Yes.
Yeah.
Big fan of that
Now,
one.
I will say that I made one for Team S.O.G. that is making the rounds between a couple of drivers. Blue's got it, King's got it, and a couple other individuals. I think Blue is going to start trying to see if they can get that one as an official team livery. Powder, you've seen it. It's my black to white to red fade on the S15
Facts.
that I did. That one is, I'm proud of that one.
It feels good when you nail a good one.
Yeah, like I made it, and within 5 minutes of making that livery, I had Blue hitting me up, talking about how he wanted it.
Like, hey, baby, what do I need to do to get that wrap, phone?
I was like, well, get a PC and I'll send it to you. And sure enough,
So he did.
he got a PC, and with it, that very next day, I sent it to him. I was like, I told him, I said, Blue, check your DMs.
Check your DMs, huh? I'm sliding in, phone, check this out.
I sent him the livery and the tune.
There you go.
Yeah. So what you're really trying to tell us is, you, in the end, you just slid into his DMs.
I think everybody wants to slide into Blue's DMs. Come on now.
Hey now, how you doing? Sign me up. Facts. Don't tempt Powder with a good time.
Yeah, we have some.
God, I like
have
that
some.
Lexus.
I know it's so clean looking.
So clean.
I was gonna say we have some very talented guys with the livery editor over in my stream community we've got going on, and those guys have been generous enough to, a bunch of them have made some car designs for me and things like that and sent them over, and I'm always so appreciative of that. It's so awesome to see the hard work they're willing to put in there, but definitely some awesome stuff. Some people just have it, man. They just, when it comes to car design, there's just something. They've just got it. They have the right mindset that comes for it.
And you know, it's just only Powder's opinion, so take it for what it is. But out of all the best liveries Powder's ever seen in CarX, all the nice cars and all that shit, some of the best liveries I've ever seen.
You're cutting in and out on us on a Powder, man.
Came from one man, fucking Tory.
Oh
there
my
you go.
God, Tory!
If y'all don't know who Tory is, go follow his ass on Twitch and you'll see what I mean. That
He
man can
is
slap out some liveries.
so disgusting with the livery editor. It makes me sick to my stomach how good he is.
See, I said one name and my man already knew.
Yep.
Why? Because these are facts.
Yeah. Oh, 100,000,000,000%.
Looks like the
That
chat's
guy
over
is
here calling for a
disgusting.
one more time. I
Yeah,
think
they
that
are.
would be
Yeah, they are.
That would be
Well,
very
I mean, that
fitting
just
for
makes
the
all of
Chevron.
us winners. I mean, if that happened.
If only there was a way to send both
Yeah.
of these drivers through to the next round, honestly. Great stuff.
Well, we can't do that. We gotta be fair around here. How you
Yep.
doing?
It's only can be one.
Yo, yo.
Yo, yo. So, it's gonna go to 50. They both could run, but they decided to keep because Timber was using excessive braking.
Ah,
Oh,
interesting.
okay.
Just that one little detail. That's how close it was
That's
between
how-
these two drivers.
Hey guys, Killy's gonna take over my spot for a little bit. I got some stuff I gotta take care of, but I am going to try to be back before we join the other one.
Sounds good. Appreciate your
Take
help.
care.
No, of course.
Just let him know to hop in here and
Yeah, I kind of gave him the
like
run.
we're doing. Awesome. Appreciate you.
Of course. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
I'm wondering if we're not. I mean, those two runs were pretty good, but I mean, just for me flying my the camera around here, I mean, the game is starting to it's starting to skip around some kind of hard. I'm sure you guys can see it on the stream because I'm trying to like just smoothly rotate around like this, and I'm holding my fingers still, and you'll see it like
Well,
that.
put it
It
this
just
way.
skips really
Yeah.
hard.
I put it this way. I had to put the stream like from Discord into a little window mode because it's suffering quality reduction like hardcore.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
looking
like
over, of
connection
course.
issues or something.
Well,
I'm
of
not
course,
really sure
as I
what's
have
going on.
my well, I have all of my network stats and everything up as I always do when I'm streaming, and I'm seeing green across the board all the way. So,
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. And you're using OBS, aren't you?
oh yeah,
Yeah. So it'll tell you packet loss and all that. And
Yep.
I'm willing to bet you haven't suffered maybe more than 1% packet loss this whole time.
0.
Yep. Like I said, haven't suffered.
Yeah.
Haven't suffered more than 1%. Yeah.
Yep. She's sitting happy on 0 right now, which is
Yeah,
quite nice to
like-
see.
And I know it's not my connection on my end because I'm hard with 1 gig internet. So I
Yeah,
haven't
this
got
thing is just she's
no
just
issues here.
skipping around all over. I don't know. I know during our
Curious
stream
to
last
see.
night, Twitch actually started having some issues because we knew there were
Yeah.
multiple people that were having like all kinds of stuttering and everything on the stream. But
Yeah, like I'm watching through on the big screen now on my computer here. Like I've maximized your stream, and it is a laggy fucking mess.
yeah, it's just it's hooking like left and right. But that's actually how I can feel it. Like with the controller in my hands, that's that's the game. Like those little
It is-
spikes that it's
Wow.
doing, it's so bad.
Bro, it's like I'm watching in slow motion.
Yeah.
Like it's weird. It's like you're streaming at like 240p 5 frames per second.
Yeah, it's a
So
very
wild.
odd. Yeah, I don't know what it's like. I said, I mean, and the game is running. I mean, my in-game frame rate's good. My stream frame rate has not budged. I mean, everything's in the green as far as I'm aware. So
Interesting.
yeah, it's definitely some wildness going on
Alright.
here.
So next up was going to be, because I didn't even check, is Kaiju Steve, who is in the Viper, versus It's Slee from Team Baka.
Got it.
These are two names that I am very familiar with. And I do know that Slee is on a 2-minute timer. There he is.
In the server, ready to go.
Yeah, this is just...
Yeah, it's killing me. I about got a headache from watching it, but if this is the server that the drivers are in, this is what we've got to stick to. So
Yeah.
we will be
So
here
we're
and
off.
hope it settles down over time. These guys are ready to rock and roll here.
Steve with the solid, oh my god, that initiation. Wild. All the way out to the outer edge, outer zone 1, coming into outer zone 2. Filling the entire
Look at that Viper
zone,
holding angle.
just all the way through, killing these touch and goes. Coming up to inside zone 1. or inside zone 2, I should say. A tire drop right before the
Right
edge from Steve.
at the
That
finish.
That is very uncharacteristic of Steve. But that was a heavy tire drop, and I did not see any contact from our chase driver on that.
I definitely did not either. And with this bright yellow front end on this car, you ain't gonna miss it.
No. We're gonna re-rack, run it, 3, 2, 1, go. Slee gonna take the lead on this run with that 350Z, hitting the acceleration point, coming up to initiation, throws it way wide, comes in, clears the whole inside clip, filling out outer zone 1 as you should. Coming up into outer zone 2, fill it just about all the way to the brim. Missed that
all the way through.
clip point, all the way to outer zone. Clipping 3.
I would say late
4.
late on those 2 touch and goes there, it looked like.
Just
both
a little
of them.
bit, but still able to fill that last inside zone and goes right across that touch and go without dropping a tire. If I had to come down to it, I'm going to have to unfortunately say that I think Slee's going to be the one moving on here due to that dropped tire by Steve. Because I didn't see any drop tires or over rotations from Slee, and he hit every single zone.
Yeah, it could absolutely come down to just that one single moment. Great runs from both drivers either way, so we will await the judge's decision.
Absolutely great runs.
Since we were having the discussion, I'm actually going to pull up the stream over here on my phone. Yeah,
fine. The YouTube stream looks fine. Like
that's coming
the
through
weird
good.
part about it is,
Yeah, in Discord is the only spot that I'm seeing the laggy, weird mess giving us a headache.
Well, that's I'm glad that it's not translating through to the stream.
Yeah, no, like I'm watching you rotate in Discord around the cars, and it is just like frame by frame, but it is smooth as all hell on the.
Huh. Yeah, I'm looking on YouTube as well, and it's looking good to me. So that is well, that's reassuring. So here's what we can do while we're hanging out here, and you guys will still be able to hear our voices, of course. But I'm going to toss you guys over to our not our waiting screen, but just our kind of outside the game screen here, and I'm going to see if I can't get this situation squared away while our judges are looking at these runs. But with a little background music for you guys' entertainment, but you should still be able to hear our voices here as I will check out what's going on my end of things here.
Yeah, guys, I'm not so sure if Steve got it, guys, because I'm unfortunately thinking that there was a couple more mistakes. What's up, Killy?
How's it going? So the W is going to go to Slee. Steve had a tire drop.
Killy,
Yes.
please advise Slee to come back with lettering on his tires if he doesn't for it next time.
Okay.
Okay. As you were saying.
I would say, there we go. We got a little behind the scenes action there.
Sorry about that.
No, you're on
The
it.
victory is going. The victory is going to go to Slee. Steve dropped the tire coming out of the last inside clip, and also Slee. They did mention something about Slee. 1 second. He needs tire letting on his tires as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna have to brighten that lettering up.
I was gonna say it is there, but it has
Yeah.
been darkened down. So yeah, it will definitely need to be brightened up to make it a little bit easier for the judges to keep an eye on what these wheels are doing on these cars. Especially, like I said before, I know part of that's gonna be on me from being so far up in the air with the drone. But in order to be able to match the speed of these guys and make sure we don't lose them in our frame, I'm trying to kind of fly high in the air, so that would definitely make it a lot easier for the judges to spot what is going on with these wheels. But congratulations, moving on to the next round will be Slee.
With Steve and Slee there. Slee moving forward, next up is going to be Pojo and PWMPS.
It's the first of the drivers coming over from my side of town over here. PWX is a buddy of mine, runs in our slide style events as well, and he came out with a bang at the end of last season, caught everybody by surprise, qualified for the first event right at the top of the leaderboard. We didn't even know who he was, and he has been a staple in our events ever since, so I'm happy to see him over here running the S.O.G events here and see how he does in a little bit different environment. Of course, we're running more of a freestyle event over on our side of things as far as the clipping zones and decel zones. We don't have any of that, so we're going to see what it looks like in a true competitive drifting judged event here for PWX and see what if the skills transfer over. But I'm telling you, my man can he can wheel this machine. Yes, he's been around
events so far, and he's done pretty well in them. The man knows how to wheel that machine.
He is a wheel man for sure. And Mojo over here, of course, we've seen before. But check out well, this is a machine I haven't seen from him yet here. Look at this guy.
Pulling out a new car for us.
Absolutely loving the design on this thing here. This is the Supra with that Rocket Bunny front end on it there.
Yeah, and I believe Mojo just got into the lobby.
Mojo pulling up right here, rocking the S15. Check out I love the window design there. We'll have to take a closer look at that later on, but these guys are launching off here. Let's see what they have got for us. Hopefully the Discord stream is looking a little smoother for you guys after I reset it.
It is a lot smoother. Good Lord, that S15 took off like a rocket.
Ooh, some speed
Killed that
there.
Inside zone, killing outer zone 1, about as close to that edge as you can get.
Absolutely, so much angle holding here.
Proximity. Now that's one thing you gotta realize. The S15 is an angle monster. Like they throw angle like nothing else in the game. A little bit of contact doesn't look like it throws off the angle too much. Drop tire there right before the finish line.
Just the slight. Let's see if before these guys run again. Yep, you can see right there, just a slight drop. The tire marks don't lie. Just a slight drop there at the finish. But great run headed up to that point. Tons of angle from the S15. I did see another tire drop on the chase there from PWX across the in the dirt of outside zone 1. Just a slight touch there. But that is a drop, so we'll see. And 1 for 1 in my book, so we'll see what it looks like on the second side, and it is going to be up to the judges if they pick that out, which I'm sure they will, because they go over every single, they look at every single wheel in every single zone of this course.
Yeah, they do. And PW says, I got all the go too, but man, that S15 just closes up that gap so quickly. Solid on outer zone 2. All the way to the edge, coming up to the outer clip 1 and outer clip 2 hits those damn near perfect, coming into inside zone 2 all the way around, comes out to the edge for that
no tire drops there for the second half of that run. Great stuff from both of these guys.
Solid set of runs from these guys. Very well done. Amazing car control from PW, able to just slide that back in just out enough to get into that touch and go right before the finish without losing control of the car. Very well done.
Told you earlier, car control.
Yep.
That's true. Another team frontline machine over here. Check out this window design here.
I love that. That is so cool looking.
When you get up close to it, you can kind of, obviously the illusion is lost as far as to how they did what they did. But, man, you get about right here, and that looks like part of the car. That's incredible. Yeah, it looks great. The shading on the, like the windshield here to make it look like a shadow across. Super awesome job on that whole setup there. Love the way they did that. Same with the rear deck lid there, the rear window. Awesome detail work there. And, of course, PWX machine over here loving the geometric shapes, making this thing look like a like something from outer space. He's got the fans going in the rear window too.
Set up that rear radiator.
Yep.
That's a. So while we're just waiting on the judges to do what they do, we're gonna sit here and admire these rides more because, geez, they did
I
really
can look
good
at
on
these
their
things
cars.
all day long. Just love dropping the camera just like right here and just having a look at them. I mean, there's so
Just watching, yeah,
such an
they just look
awesome,
so good.
and that's one thing that this game is great about as far as the customization and the creativity that you're able to put into it, but then the freedom within, especially on PC, with all of the mods and everything available to you to be able to really get the visual style that you want to. At the end of the day, and my main thing with this game is with all of my reshade presets and everything like that, I just try to trying to think of how to word this. I just try to enhance the existing look of the game, like what the developers of the game envision, like what you can see, the game that you play. I just try to enhance what that looks like. But of course, you have some people that have the setup, man, and they can make it look like an entirely different universe, like it's a whole different game.
I've got a few presets on and through ZML that quite literally make the game look like it's like almost IRL.
Oh, definitely seen some people with setups like that as well. It's so cool.
I've posted a couple pictures on the S.O.G Discord that I've taken that you would not think it was taken in.
Oh yeah,
because
gotta love the ones like that.
I already run the game on Ultra everything, but when you bump that up through ZML with the Uber reflections and adding everything else into it, it just elevates everything to a whole other tier of game.
Absolutely.
All right, boys, I'm going to go step out real quick while we wait on the judges to do the thing. I'll be back in about 10-15 seconds.
That sounds like a plan. We'll be here. How's my main man Powder holding up over there?
Standing in line at the concession stand.
What you trying to get a hold of? You going for a burger or a hot dog over there? Or is my man trying to pick up a beer?
Taquitos, fool.
Yes,
man.
sir.
Yeah. You already know.
Get a little bit of get a little hot sauce in a cup. You can dip them in there when you're eating them. That's what you look for right there.
Yeah. Facts. Some of that spicy Mrs. Renfro fucking salsa. Yeah.
I haven't had taquitos in a minute. I need to head to the grocery store.
Yo, you know what I got sitting in my fridge? Banging as fuck. Waiting to make burgers, slap it on it.
Ooh.
Habanero bacon jam. What you love?
Ooh. Habanero bacon jam?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. That sounds awesome. Where do you get that from?
Off the Walmart website, bitch.
No kidding.
Straight to my. How you doing?
All right. I know what I'm doing after we're done drifting this evening.
Facts. Habanero bacon jam, and along with that, you get some
bacon
fucking
jam.
Maple bacon bourbon pickles or some shit like that.
How's it
Well,
going, guys?
you lost me at pickles, but I'm weird like that. What's going on?
Not much. Just so the W is going to go to Mojo. Just better overall.
All right. Well, there you have it. Mojo coming away with the win there, but great runs from both of these guys here.
The Mojo Jojo.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But as always, like I said, got to give a shout out to my boy PWX over here. Always been a big part of what we do over on the Alex side of things. So big shouts out to him. Appreciate him for everything that he does, hanging out with us. But better luck next time over here at S.O.G.
I am back.
All right, welcome back. Well, hey, Mojo coming away with the dub in that pairing right there.
Good job to Mojo. Better luck next time, Mr. PW.
Exactly.
Good runs, though, from both of them.
And just so happens, like I was saying about P-Dub hanging out with us and being a big part of what we do over on my side of things, is another driver coming at you right now. It's going to be Damien running up against Peach Boy over here, S.O.G driver. But big shouts out to Damien, same as P-Dub for running with us and doing our thing over on my side of things. And Damien's been running S.O.G comps pretty much since they started. I'd say he's been around for a long time with you guys.
Oh yeah.
My man can definitely wheel that machine. As we see Peach over here with a bit of a unique looking ride. Don't see a lot of this is a 350, not a 370. Yeah, I was thinking it was a 370 at first glance. It's hard with the body kits. They'll between the two, you've got to go look at like the tail light pattern to see if it's got that like hook to it.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, it is a rather interesting body design between those two cars.
But I like the way that this is the body kit here. He's got it put together with that rear wing and this livery. It's a solid looking machine right here.
It is.
And since we're talking about the guys from my group over here, and it's they kind of all ended up bunched up in one spot over here, I see another one from my group talking a little trash over here in the YouTube chat. That's from my buddy Malte. Now I gotta ask, I don't see you in my bracket over here on our side of things, but what about on the A stream over there with Curdy and the boys over there on their side of things? Are you signed up? Are you running on that side, or are you just over here talking trash without being part of the event, my friend? I think you need to sign up and put that S15 of yours to the test. But like I said earlier, shouts out to friends of mine coming over to support what S.O.G is doing here. And
absolutely, always a little bit of fun trash talking. But the one thing that you got to realize coming in here, if you're going to run the mouth like that, if you have the skills to run your mouth, you should have the skills to run your car.
He's got it.
If you're not in the bracket, don't run the mouth.
Yeah, there's Malte. He said he's not running. I'll tell you what, man. Malte is a wheel man, absolutely. Well, hey, speaking of wheel man,
no doubt.
Here we go on this run right here.
3, 2, 1, go. Peach Boy in the lead.
Damien and Peach, and Damien bringing out a ride I haven't seen before either. These are two mean-looking race cars, and there is some angle for you right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Peach is not a slouch. He is not somebody you take lightly.
Not at all. These guys are filling zones to the left, filling zones to the right, hitting their touch and goes. Looked like Damien was a little shallow in that touch and go. It looks like both. Oh, I didn't see contact there. We'd have to have the judges take a look.
I'm really sure what happened there. I really believe that Peach just over-rotated.
Yeah, I saw the light flash from Peach right after it happened, and then in typical CarX etiquette, that's a hey, my bad kind of thing. So
compression coming into that inside clip where the transition,
it bounces these cars hardcore.
Yeah, that's what got them.
If you don't have your suspension tuned for that area specifically, you're gonna get shot off the line every time.
For sure. All right, well, here we go with Damien on the lead. Let's see. It looks like he's got a whole bunch of speed here.
Yeah, he does.
Hitting that first inside zone, but Peach coming back to the door here.
Yeah, he closes that gap really nicely. Coming into outer zone 2, filling that zone. Comes out a little early compared to all the other drivers that we've seen.
Just a touch, but seems to be able to get to the touch and goes there. No tires. Misses the outside. Yeah.
Outside touch and go.
I think they were carrying so much momentum. I was looking for a tire drop, and they didn't actually. They held the throttle down so hard they actually never made it that far out.
Yeah, he actually pulled himself away from the outer clip there. Now the thing is, though, is I do believe that that's just going to automatically go to Damien, considering that over rotation by Peach is a DQ run. Even though it was right before the finish line.
I think I can agree with that. And just so my friends in the chat know, I'm just giving my buddy a little bit of a hard time. He's a great guy. And speaking of which, I see Guitar Hero over there, another friend of ours. So, like I said, big shouts out to all the support coming for the S.O.G event over here. If there's anybody in the live streaming world in general, but if there's anybody in CarX that is deserving of the love and praise, it is Team S.O.G over here. Some of the hardest working guys. You would not believe everything that goes into putting on an event that is, this particular one has had 76 cars signed up. There is so many moving pieces. Not only just with, I mean, I consider my job to be pretty easy. Honestly, I'm just following these guys around, following the action, flapping my gums a little bit. But when it comes to the judges, the cone car running information, getting these drivers in and out of the server, getting the brackets set up, getting the lines ready throughout the week, and just scheduling and preparing all these things, it's a true team effort over here. And S.O.G does a great job through and through taking care of everything.
How's it going? Start doing the rep. The W is going to go to Demian, bro. Peach, because Peach Boy spun in his lead.
All right, there you have it. Damien in this, check this ride out right here. Wasn't really paying attention to it, but RX-7 with the crazy front end on it. The Red Bull scheme here.
So that is a Mazda RX-3 front end.
Front end on a RX-7. Interesting.
RX-7. Yes, that is a real life conversion that they do.
Nice.
They do that through Rocket Bunny.
Interesting. Representing Team Imperium here as you see him pop out of the server. Well, hey, great runs there from both of these guys. Unfortunate that, like you said, Peach hit that bottomed out there.
Yeah.
In this one spot. You'll see as we come over, as we wait for the next drivers to get in the server. I'll see if I can kind of capture it on our camera here as we get level with the racetrack. But it's almost like you can see it dips down a little bit. It's almost like a drainage ditch type of thing. It's like in real life, maybe there would be a little grate right here for drainage at the track, but you can see it dips down. There's like a little hole there that these guys hit before making that upward path. And you can see there's a couple more of them on the way up. It's definitely not a super smooth transition on the way up to this next portion of the track. So,
no, it is not.
That will definitely.
We've got Marley and Buncho. Very own
this will be good.
Buncho. Your boy Guitar Hero talking about big game.
I was gonna say, man, I don't know these. I love all of my boys over on our side of things, but man, you can't. That's what I talk about it on my own streams, and I'm not just saying it because they invite me over here to do the commentary for them. I'm telling you, there are the drivers here that run these S.O.G events. They are the best of the best, and it is hard to find a better group of drivers anywhere else. So, I mean, we've got some wheelmen over on our side of things as well, that is for sure, but I am actually very interested to see with the upcoming season of Slide Style if that's who you need to see right there. Is Somi.
Yeah, where's Somi at? She'll handle you lightweight.
Yep.
Yes,
but
Somi is not competing today,
I am very interested to see if this season of Slide Style, if any of the S.O.G drivers want to come over and try their hand at a little bit of freestyle drifting. It'll be super awesome to see that, and we'll see if any of that trash talk from my guys will hold up. But meanwhile, you want to talk about talking trash. There ain't no trash going on right here, as these guys are absolutely ripping in to that first zone there, making their way around. Oh, a little shallow. Yep, definite correction there. As I am trying to keep up here with these guys are carrying some momentum. Oh, a little contact there causes some extra rotation. Lead car able to hold on there. Marley able to hold on to it and not drop a tire after that contact either. Pretty impressive.
Pretty impressed there, but I'm really curious to see if when so he had a major correction coming out of outside zone 1.
Absolutely.
He also dropped a tire on outside zone 1. I don't know if that contact is enough to override those two big mistakes because that
That's
was
true.
a major straighten. That was a major straighten on
The prior lead.
And I don't know, like you said, I don't know if they add up enough to, oh, well, it might not matter. We're going to find out. Let's see if they can get back into it here.
and sent it just a little too hard. Buncho holding that zone line right on the edge, going out to the outer zone. 3 and 4 coming into the inside clip without dropping a tire.
Big
all
tire
the way
drop
around,
from the
helping
chase
out.
there on the that final inside zone as well. There's a lot for the judges to dig into here on this one and find out what cancels out what and who's going to come out on top of this one. What a battle there between these two. Still, like, either way, great drive. And this, it's like we talked about at the top of the stream here. Lots of little details about this track, and it's so high speed that if you miss one of the zones by even a small amount, it starts to throw that flow off for the entire rest of the run. And if you can't dial it back in, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse for each zone that you get to.
Big facts.
Now, Guitar Hero still going on, talk about breaking out the wheel and pedals.
Oh, boy.
Guess what, Guitar Hero? Your chance is next Saturday.
Yep.
We have another event next Saturday.
He is right, and I'll be here for that one as well, so I'll be here to call it, and we'll see what you got, but come give it a shot, boy. I know you've got what it takes.
Hero,
Back
I
it up.
expect you to drift around the corner with your whammy bar.
Yes, sir. Use the Guitar Hero guitar. That's what he needs to do.
Okay, so boys, I'm going to have to hop over into Comp VC2 because my run is next.
Yes, sir. Well, good luck to you, and we will see you on the track, my friend.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
But
That's right. It's Stealth versus Brian, right? Ooh, that ought to be a good one.
absolutely, man. You guys, everybody, super easy. The sign-up process is just as easy as making your way to the Savage Outlawz Gaming Discord, and there is a post every single week with all the information you need about the upcoming event for that following Saturday. And all you have to do is react to that post with your Discord, and you are considered signed up and ready for the event. And that day, you have to show up at, it's going to be, well, it's 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Powder, but I think that's right. For the for spec check.
That is correct.
So that is that's all you have to do, and then they will make sure that your car is spec'd out within the rules, and then all you have to do is drop down to the appropriate voice chat channel, and your time will be called when you are up. And that is all you have to do to be a part of an S.O.G Drift Championship event.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome, welcome. What you got for us?
We're gonna rerun them again. It's gonna be an ONT.
One more time, yes, sir. Love to see it. All right, well, let's rack them back up. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Back to the line, folks. Back to the line.
I gotta go get me a PlayStation controller. This thing is killing me. I'm doing the best I can. I feel so bad because I know, especially in these events, the judges are very heavily relying on the being able to scroll back through YouTube and watch and pause and zoom in and play slow motion and everything like that. And I'm doing the best I can to keep them hooked up here with the visuals, but I need some smoother analog sticks, man. I'm giving it everything I got here, but we'll go get that straight before the next one. Make sure we got it happening here, but here is our one more time. Marley and Buncho going at it again, and as Brian is getting strapped into his race car right now, I'll bring you the action here for this one as they make their way around. Marley going to be on the first lead, gets a whole lot of speed here headed into that first inside zone. So much angle, both drivers. Little contact, nothing on the outside zone here. I think the entry just got mixed up there. Chase car doing a great job anticipating that and not making contact. It looks like our lead here, I think that's what happened, just like we talked about earlier, got off of that flow, and once you lose the flow of the course, it'll kind of mess up your run all the rest of the way out. They missed that second outside zone, and you could tell it was playing catch-up from there for the lead driver. Buncho doing an incredible job of not making contact with the lead car there, even though they weren't really on the preferred line of the track. So now that Buncho's in the lead here, as long as they can throw down a good lead line, they should be able to pack this one away pretty neatly. But as me and Powder always say, you never know what's going to happen. So always finish your runs out and always give 110%. And you can already tell on their first initiation, that's exactly what they're doing here, 110%. But again, not able to get that second outside zone, not able to get the car to transition over. Meanwhile, Buncho has that car absolutely dialed out all the way out, hitting all the zones as clean as you can. Inside clip there, actually pushing out a little early, but I think no harm, no foul as far as that's concerned, because that first transition out of the first turn, Marley had some troubles getting that car to transition over, it appeared.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It just wouldn't break.
It wouldn't do it. It did not want to kick over. That thing straightened out and stayed there.
Yeah, we had the unfortunate event of a driving T down the track.
Yep. Yeah. Glued that thing right on down. I mean, got the I guess that's a good thing for the tire. I guess they're nice. They're good, safe road tires, I guess, strapped on this vehicle here. That once they straighten up, they don't want to break away from it for drifting. That is definitely not what you're looking for. But yeah, definitely unfortunate. As we saw, I mean, with that first initiation, I mean, Marley definitely able to sling this car to the side for certain. But it's on the transition. It didn't want to hook up, and from that point, like you said, it's playing catch up.
Kicked the clutch, and the clutch didn't want to engage, and just tires drift up.
Could be any long list of things. But and we went to a one more time. I mean, there's obviously these are two very, very close competitors. But obviously we're not the judges here, but I think it's pretty clear to see where this one is going to be shaking out. But great stuff from both drivers here. Glad we got to see them run twice. Yep, there you go. Marley coming through in the chat. Hey, I appreciate you. Straight from the driver, says the Marley Lion. Well, straight from the lion's mouth directly. Had to clutch it.
That one, baby.
Yep. Yeah, Powder is all. I'm telling you, man. Calls it every time. He sees and knows all. But Marley says definitely had to clutch it, and it gripped up on. Yep. And we could tell 100%. It was you were trying. I mean, you put in every single piece of effort to try to get back on the flow, but this line so fast and so flowy, you have to once you get off it is so hard to get back to.
It's like a rhythm section in a motocross race. Once you miss a jump,
that's a great way.
You just ain't get back on it.
Yep.
You wanted to hit that triple coming out of the turn, but nah, you hit a double, single, double. Nah, you fucked it up.
That's a great way to look at it.
It happens. You might get cross-rutted, something. You might just get an elbow bump. Whatever the case may be, you went off your line, and it's hard to get back on that fucking rhythm.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome back.
The W is going to go to Buncho. He just had an overall better lead and better chase.
Got it. Sounds good. Thank you. Buncho with the dub here, headed on into round 2.
You know, I have that exact same problem every once in a while when I'm just casually drifting, like on Red Rock in my Mustang. Especially that little bump rise last turn coming into the gas station.
Oh, right? I know what you're talking about. Yes, sir.
That transition. my shocks will just compress and release, and my tires will spin, and I'll loop out. But every once in a while, I'll kick the clutch perfectly and catch it, but it'll just grip off and shoot straight up and,
Yeah, and then
straight into the damn sign.
I would say you're headed
what?
right into that, right into the outside there, into the
I'm
dirt,
going
into the sign,
there.
flipping over.
Yep.
All right, well, there you have it. So, Buncho moving on to the next one, and that leaves us our last two. I believe our last two, unless my my bracket is correct. Our last two here, so it's going to be Brian, our one and only Brian here from the commentary booth, facing off against Stealth, and Brian is going to have the first lead.
Here we go. He talks about it, folks. Can he be about it?
And we're going to find out.
Coming in with the underglow.
Both of these guys. Look at these cars, man. Check this out. There you go, right there. Brian and Stealth right here got the Viper and the S15. Well, let's see what we got for it. Look at how much steering angle is in this S15 right here. Good grief. All right, well, we're going to see what these guys have got for us coming up. Like I said, Brian on the lead for the first run around. And we're going to find out if he's going to have to leave our commentary booth again here later on this evening when we get to our second round of drifting here. They flash the lights. They say they are ready to rock and roll. Off the line they go. Head to our first turn here. Now we tell them that they've got a speed limit of about 40 miles an hour, and they both hold to that. But once you hit this straightaway, these guys are ripping it. And look at that. 90 degrees completely sideways goes Brian through that first inside zone there, and he does get it. Fills out that outside zone there, and the second goes all the way to the outside line in zone 2, but pulls out of it just a little bit early. Maybe a little contact there from Stealth. We'd have to look back at it again. But making this final zone here just carries a bit too much speed, leaving that inside zone early, but not dropping a tire on the outside of the course. Luckily enough, you can see both drivers with their teleport buttons ready to go. Shoot straight on over here, back to the start line. They are ready to go again. And we are ready to release the Bulls from the chute. They are taking off, ready to go here. Speaking of the Bulls, man, you got that V10 power there in the Viper, unless he's got it swapped out with something else. But I don't know why you'd swap out a Viper V10. Here they go. All that speed. Let's see how much angle they get. So much speed and angle into that first turn there. You see Brian using that angle to try to get his car woed up. He carried more speed there into that first outside zone, filling out much more of the second outside zone this time around as they make their way through. All the way up, still a little shallow on the inside clip there on the entry, but they managed to get it. Oh, and a tire drop at the finish for Stealth there. And we lost our tire tracks. I was hoping to come back and look at it. I wish that was something that they could put back, or maybe split the difference between what it used to be and what it is now. That would be a benefit. But either way, great runs from both of these guys.
Whose car is that? I see a UDM sitting over there in the judges. Who is that? Who is that?
I'm not sure. I don't know these cars as well as you guys do. We got Matt still over here. Crisp's still over here.
It's the wifey.
Oh, right here. This is what we're talking about. This is who it is. You see right there, Miss Powder right there on the door. Look at that.
Where'd she come from? Oh, does that mean she's judging right now? Oh,
I guess so. Brian's ride looking sick with that carbon hood.
I don't see Biscuit sitting in here.
Oh, that's what happened. We had to swap some personnel out.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Stealth with this mean looking Viper right here. This thing gets the job done for sure. Brings the speed, brings the horsepower.
I'm just saying you ain't pretty stealthy with them 10 cylinders banging out. Bang, 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 bang.
Everybody's going to hear that coming. Well, this is the last run of our first round here as we await the judge's decision on this pairing, but this is going to be our final pairing of the first round. So up next we will be seeing all of the winners from this current round facing off against each other, and after that round is complete we will be merging the stream. You can see the link, I believe it's the first link down below in the description of this video, should be the Bearded Idiots YouTube page. That's Mr. Curdy's YouTube. Of course, over there hosting the main stream. So after we are finished up here, we will be heading over that direction to finish out the top 16 of the event. We will be merging the streams, and we will be taking our commentary booth over there. We'll just pick the whole booth up and carry it over there with us and drop it down next to them. And we'll be hanging out with those guys for the remainder of the evening. So make sure you're there. And also, if you were here at the beginning of the stream, you saw that little fun little teaser video. And maybe if you weren't here for it, you have got a little bit of a surprise coming your way, courtesy of Team S.O.G. So be sure to stick around to see what's going on with that. But that will be right after the merge, as soon as we get everything ready to go and we're ready to rock out our first run of top 16 competition tonight. You will be seeing that video, and I got a video of it, or I got a preview of that video courtesy of, you know, being part of the broadcasting group here, and you do not want to miss it. It is going to be so awesome, and I am so excited for everyone to see it.
What I say, because we're going to merge them when we have our top 8, right?
Top 8 for us, and it will become the top 16 when both go together.
Yeah.
Yes.
So right now we're doing our top 16, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or no, not yet. We're 32 right now, so we're about to go through. Our next round is going to cut us down to
in
16.
Between round 1, round 2, in between the 32 and the 16. Can run that video clip.
Oh, we'll play our little the little teaser. We'll run that one more time. Absolutely, we can definitely do that. Well, that'll be happening right after we get our judge's decision for this run right here.
This Gasco's gonna be in the booth. None other than your boy.
That's right.
Hello.
Welcome. What you got for us?
We are going to rerun them again.
Oh, we're going to have another one more time here. All right. Love to see it. Brian and Stealth are going to go back at it again. Well, it was great stuff to see the first time around, so we'll see if they bring it again for round 2. And then we'll get to that little teaser video we were talking about there and head into our next round. But we were going to see some more drifting first before we get there. And I tell you, when we saw Brian on that lead earlier as these guys get ready to line up again, keep an eye out. Now, I'm not trying to put him on the spot or anything like that, but I saw that car was at the exact same angle as these signs over here on the side of the track. They had them things hanging out 90 degrees sideways off the angle of the corner. Unreal. So let's see if these guys can tighten it up, throw it down, and give us another couple of sick runs here as they come off the line here. Side by side, they hit that launch zone, and they are out of here. It's like a roller coaster, man. They make their way around, hit them magnets, and they're gone. Oh, big contact there in the rear from that Viper. Looks like Brian's able to hold on to it, but then again, it pushed him forward, threw him out there. But these guys, like we say, man, always finish your run. We'll see what the judges think about that contact, and if it moved him off his line. It seemed pretty significant to me, but we'll leave that to them for sure. And these guys, yeah, like I said, it throws the flow of the entire run off, and you can see the evidence. Yep, they doubled when they wanted to triple.
Yep.
I've never ridden. Well, I've been on a dirt bike before, but I've obviously never ridden like motocross or supercross like style racing. I can't imagine how bad, and excuse my terminology here, but I can't imagine how bad it hurts your nuts when you land on top of one of those, when you hit the top of the landing ramp. I watch those guys, and there's, oh my God, it looks like it hurts so bad.
And every once in a while, you'll have the dirt bike go straight vertical, so it's pointing up and down. And when the front tire slams into the landing ramp, you're coming down, and the back fender goes straight up your fucking jersey.
Ooh, you don't like that either. Well, speaking of things we don't like, we saw another heavy contact after that first zone there. These two guys just, it seems like they're not synced up on how they're approaching the first inside zone there. Now, this second run, a much better lead run from Stell Air, but there, as soon as I shouldn't have said nothing. As soon as I said it, you see the tire drop there. It's trying to fade away from us, but the evidence is still there. Another tire drop, so there's, the judges going to have a lot to look at on this one, especially with it already being a one more time run. But that first zone there was definitely a cause for some trouble between these two. And not that anybody did anything wrong either direction, but they have such a different approach to how they handle that first high speed inside zone that it was cause for contact on both runs there. And I'm not sure who the judges are going to say was at fault for either side of things here.
Well, you also know as well as I do, Alex, that the fact of the matter becomes, no matter what that lead car does, the job of the chase is to mirror the lead car.
That is the truth. That is absolutely the truth.
So you need to adjust as a chaser to the lead.
Yeah, you can't just throw your initiation into the first turn. You have to follow their initiation into the first turn. Well, and lucky for us as well, we're going to have Brian back here in the booth after their run is complete, after we show our little teaser video here for you guys in just a little bit. So he'll be able to give us a little bit of insight on what he saw from the driver's seat. It's definitely going to be a unique perspective. I've always been a fan of that in like NASCAR and IndyCar races, for example, when they radio into the drivers like under caution flag or something during the race to get their input on what's happening as they literally sit inside the race car. It's such a cool little feature.
Oh yeah, the onboard cam and audio.
Well, the camera and everything, and them being able to radio the drivers. It's especially funny sometimes when they go to radio the drivers, but they're having a conversation with their spotter or crew chief or whatever, and you can hear it. They like try to talk to the driver, and they just immediately switch to another radio channel, and it's like, oh well, I guess we're not talking to them today.
Facts. Too busy.
But
we'll figure out the right build next year.
Yep. We will see what the judges piece together. It's definitely going to take some time, I think, because they've got a lot to look at as far as, like Powder said, it's on the chase car to mirror that lead car, but like we talked about it with an earlier run, sometimes that lead car will, if they just decel too much in a place where the judges would determine that you wouldn't expect that as a chase car, that could come into it as well. And then, like we had earlier, Powder called it, sometimes it's just a racing deal. And it's no fault one way or the other. It happened. It didn't affect the line, and the judges are focused on other things about the run and not the contact. So we'll see how it shakes out.
In the grand scheme of things, the contact has not affected anything. It's just, you scrape some paint off, whatever.
Yep. Well, I mean, and there was contact in the same place on both runs. So they might just look at the run from that point forward and just skip the contact, not worry about it. They might just look at how everything else went down from that point forward.
Might just get a 15 and a 15 and they know each other out and moving on.
Yep.
Oh boy, the wifey breaking this one down for him. How you doing?
I was going to say, you've got a little bit of an inside scoop over there, I believe. Obviously,
yes,
he's not able to, or I believe in fairness, he's not going to share any of that discussion with us, but he can hear it going over there, so he knows what they're looking for here. How long does it sound like we've got? Because I sure could use a quick run to the concession stand myself.
Not too long.
Not too long? All right. Well, I'll hang out. Maybe while our that video is playing here in just a moment, I'll be able to take care of that. Like I said, make sure you guys stick around. We're going to show another little clip of our teaser video here, but there's going to be an announcement made when we merge the streams, so that will be the first link in the description after we make it through our next round of competition. So we have 8 more runs for you guys here on our side of things. I believe, let me make sure I'm not crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 8 rounds more coming at you before we merge, and we have our final 16 of the entire event for this evening. And once we make that merge, S.O.G will be showing a quick video and making an announcement of a upcoming event for you guys, and it's going to be super cool. So make sure you stick around for that.
But this is one of my favorite parts of the whole thing, merging the two. Why? Because you got 8 drivers that you don't know what the other 8 drivers are.
That's true. They've been over here with us the whole time. They haven't been seeing what's been going on.
And vice versa.
Yep.
No clue. They're going to go against nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a unique situation, and I don't know of any other drift events out there that quite work the same way, that have 2 simultaneous brackets going at one time, and then once they get to a certain point, take the pieces and glue them together on the other side. And these guys not having seen each other in competition, it's definitely a unique element to an S.O.G Drift Championship event.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big facts. Well, they're definitely wrestling with a decision. Wait, we might have a decision.
We do have a decision. The W is going to go to Brian because due to Steph's contact in the chase, causing a DQ.
All right, understood. Thank you, Brian. There we go. So like we said, we're going to lose him in our commentary booth one more time because he will be running again in the next round. But congratulations to him moving forward. Better luck next time to Stealth. He had a great couple of runs there, but like I said, just unable to get synced up on their entry into that first zone. But great work from both drivers nonetheless. So that is going to move us into our next round of competition. So, Powder, if you could be so kind, since you have the inside scoop there to the judges, if you could pass word along that we are going to play that teaser video one more time and take a quick break for, like, I don't know, how long is it? About a minute? But if you want to let them know that, just in case they don't bring the next cars in and get them started while we're watching that, that would be a benefit. But real quick, everybody take a look at your screen right now. If you're just kind of lurking, hanging out, and listening to what's going on, take a look over and see a little bit of a preview for what's coming later on in this evening's stream.
That's right, folks.
Here it comes.
Popcorn.
Grab your popcorn, coming at you right now.
Wearing those seatbelt, baby. Not this time.
One. And there you have it. Go fast, turn left. What could that be? You'll find out after we merge to the top 16 over on the first link you see down in the description. The Bearded Idiots. That's Mr. Curdy's YouTube. where the primary stream is going to be to finish out tonight's event. So you will see that announcement there as soon as the streams merge. But we have 8 more runs left to go for you guys, and I believe Brian is back in the booth with us here.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your win there.
Oh no! Don't even congratulate me on that shit. That last run, dude. Dude, I'm telling you, like they asked for, like I said in the chat, I thought they asked for cleaner runs and they got worse. Like, holy shit! 1 minute I was coming out of initiation. Next thing I know, I was halfway across the fucking track. Like, what?
You did get a little thump in the rear there.
I got punted.
You did. He got Shane Leckler down into the red zone.
Bro, that was fucking wild. Both of us, like, I was asking him because I thought he lagged. Because I wasn't going to blame that on anybody at that. Like, when it happened, I was like, dude, he had to have lagged. Like, there's no explanation for that. He's like, no, I didn't lag. I don't know what happened. I was like, bro, I don't, fuck.
Whose car is...
This is Honda Boy and...
This is not the same car that was run earlier.
I don't believe so. Hold on.
Yeah.
Or is that Honda? Oh, that's Honda. That's where I'm confused. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's Honda.
That's
Boy.
yep. I
Yeah.
got because it was entirely my
Honda Boy
fault.
had the buy. That's right. Yeah, I was a little confused.
I was so
myself there
confused.
for a
My
second.
apologies there, everybody. So this is Don't and Honda Boy here. Sorry about that. And they are throwing down a heater of a run to start our second round here. Look at that, staying in tight on that inside zone.
Missed that outer clip though.
Yes,
That
they did,
last
right at the
outside
end.
Touch and go. But Honda Boy throwing it down, saying, "Yeah, I might have got a run, but I belong here."
Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, man, out of the first 2 winners that we had, I was like, I've never seen that car before. I completely forgot about how the way the bracket works out. So my apologies for that right there. So here we go, Honda Boy here. After getting rammed in the rear end of the car.
Dude, I couldn't process that whole run after that.
All right, well, these guys are firing up here.
I lost.
Don't is going to be on the lead this time around.
Go.
And we won't miss the beginning of the action this time.
Here we go. Solid initiation. Might have been a hair of a tire drop on that inside clip. Definitely
Also
dropped
one
2
on the
there.
outside, yep.
That was 2 tires. Those both rear tires were over that white line.
Unfortunately, folks, what you're witnessing right now is a gap tizing.
Yes. Man,
That
it's being
is
straight
true.
Gap ties.
And a
but
third
tire
tire.
drops everywhere.
Honestly,
Good
though,
Lord.
it might, even though it was a
might be
definite
considered
gap
an
situation, but
inactive chase.
yeah, it's going to be close because you've got 3 tire drops, but versus a
very-
possibly inactive chase, which that's going to be an interesting one to look at here.
Yeah, that one there is kind of odd. But I mean, that's not to say that they didn't give the judges enough to make a decision off of, because there's definitely enough there
Absolutely.
by both drivers.
But then again, I don't blame anybody that can't keep up with this damn yard. So,
Oh my
Seriously.
god, dude, those things are
This thing
stupidly
is
fast.
a rocket ship.
Big power and a little tiny fucking car.
that's all right. That's all right. I'd like to see what it can do against my Porsche.
Impressed with the way that they got
Oh
that
my god.
with this carbon fiber looking here on the hood scoop. I kind of like the way that they got that looking.
Oh yeah, you got. This is the first time that the S.O.G X livery got to get shown on the stream with the carbon hood that I put on there.
Oh yeah. Have we got one of those floating
that
around at the
S15?
moment? I was gonna say I don't know.
Not right
not
now.
right now.
No, it was on mine. It was on mine when I pulled in for my runs. My little S15 got that matte carbon hood on it.
Very nice.
I'm sorry. I'm not like commentating as I should, but my brain is still like,
Oh, you're fine,
what
man.
happened? What happened?
It was definitely some craziness.
Not even gonna lie to you. I was in the VC telling Stealth that he probably won that one.
I mean, it was close. There was a lot to look at.
Yeah, I mean that second set of runs was
by far and away, on my end, some of the worst runs I have ever done on this course. That was terrible.
Yeah, sometimes,
some wubba lubba dub dub.
it'll happen like
dude,
that.
I wish I was recording what I was saying during that run, because during my lead, I was just sitting there going, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
I think it went a little something like this. Where did my wheel go?
Yeah.
Where'd I put that son of a bitch?
Where did my controller go? I dropped it. Looking like I ran that with my toes.
And
That weren't even
still
drifting,
better.
that was
I'll tell
just
you what it
Still
reminds
better
me
than
of.
what I would have done. So I'm.
shit.
It reminded me of an RC car that got its radio frequency caught by something, and the last command it had was full throttle and left turn.
Send it.
Oh, Lord.
And the funny thing is Powder's really well versed in this because he's got a trophy sitting in his fucking buffet or whatever the hell you want, my hutch. Play second in the state of California. How you fucking doing?
There you go. For what, RC?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
Good shit.
And I happened to watch my brother. You know, he bought an RC. You know, I told him what kind to get. We would both spend over $1,000 on our fucking just our cars alone.
Nice.
Yeah, they were real ones. How you doing? These things got up. I tuned my son bit. Look, I was just playing with my little. Okay, I'll tell you what it was. It was a Nitro TC3.
Okay.
Team Associated. Okay. Now this car weighed all of 2.5 pounds and it had a 3 horsepower motor in it. Do the math.
Woo.
Okay. And then I geared it with a nice 38 pin gear on there, you know what I'm saying? And by the time it was all said and done, I had this thing doing $120.
Jeez, man.
Okay. Thing did 0 to 60 in 1.89, I think it was.
That's wild.
So I'm just playing with it on this court at my friend's house, just barely going around in circles, and it's just making this racket. Right? Because it's on nitro, so it's just banging out hell
It's
lot.
screaming.
Dude pulls up in a minivan. He looks at it, and he's just like, race you till the end of the block. I looked, I giggled. I was like, you ain't racing nothing. By the time your brain even inputs to hit the throttle, my car's going to be gone.
It's already done.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, right, put money on it. I was like, bet, how much for? Show me the king. He's like, all right. I was like, no matter what you bet, I ain't got money, I'm going to bet you. You're going to lose.
Yep.
Whatever. He's like, all right, got $5 on it. All right, $5 then, fool.
He put $5 and he
Just
could
give me
beat
the
out.
money now.
He doesn't know nothing about RC cars at all. I barely know anything, and I know you're not going to touch it.
Sorry about that. So Honda is going to get the win. Killa pretty much double DQ'd.
All right, well, there you go. Honda with the W here, moving on. And that will be moving on to the final 16, so that will be making it to the mainstream. First driver making it over there to the finale.
Take notes, folks. Take notes on what you just witnessed. You watched a car get gap-tized and still win.
Yep.
Why? Because he finished his damn runs out. That's why.
Always finish it out. Asking a question here on the roof.
God damn. I'm gonna have to take a. Oh, he's gone. I was about to take a screenshot.
That's funny.
Hold on, let me rewind the stream a little bit.
I would say back it on up and get a shot of the stream there. It's the beauty of streaming to YouTube. Streams are transcoded live as you go.
And who should we have next rolling into Lob Lob?
Next coming up is going to be Killy and Stoner racing. So Killy and Stoner will be facing off here.
I think that's another Team Baca, if I'm not mistaken.
And Killy being the the cone car position there, so somebody will have to come take that spot quickly.
Yeah. Out here in a fucking Corolla.
But Stoner is on the way in.
Okay.
I believe
Almost
this
there.
is...
Give me the spot for the screenshot.
I believe this is our cone car here. Got a little Corvette action going. Alpha is lined up here.
S.O.G Alpha.
Check out the back window on this machine right here. That's pretty awesome right there. Look, a little bird flying in the sky and everything. Come on now.
I got something like that sitting on my flanker. I don't know, one of my vet's fucking license plate. I got a whole scene like that.
Nice. All right, well,
DM that to Blue.
here we go. Killy Stoner racing. Killy and Stoner lining up here, ready to launch. Now let's see if Brian's knocked the cobwebs out from getting smacked by a Viper in his run, and we'll see what he's got for you on the call here. As these guys flash their lights, they are ready to launch it off and get going. Maybe.
Maybe. 3, 2, 1, go. 5, 6, 7, 8.
They're gonna get counted
9,
out here.
10, 11, 22, 57,
74.
Hike.
The hell? I thought you count the 3 in there win, not a 10 to 10 count.
I know. I don't know what's happening.
We see more lights flashing, more
Lights.
wheels turn. I think it may be time to get her done.
3, 2, 1, go.
Good grief.
Hey, there
We go. That's what got him started.
Coming around, got a 40-mile-an-hour cruise zone, hit the full throttle, 3, 2, 1, and they're off. A little bit of a gap there by Killy. Good lord.
But boy, did he make it back up on the other side.
Yeah,
oh
he
my
did.
God.
Sacrifice a little bit of angle.
Dive onto a door.
Sacrifice a little bit of angle to catch up on there, but he definitely got back. Filling out all the zones. Killy is killing this line all the way through this inside clip. Gets right out there for that outer touch and go, just barely, but he gets there.
What a run from these guys, man. Serious speed on that one as well. But man, the chase from Stoner there after getting gapped off the launch, like you said, driving it back up to the door. Impressive stuff there. Well, now he's going to be on the lead, so his job is going to have to be to run away from Killy here, and that is much easier said than done.
It's going to be a tough order considering the speed that little Corolla's got.
Things are deceptively
got
fast.
Lights, camera, action coming around the little cruise zone. Nice to go on a cruise and then full throttle, send it down. No gap there. Coming in initiation, solid initiation. That was a heavy decel coming through there. That was not angle induced.
Definitely.
A little bit of a correction there.
It actually, you could see how it caught me off guard because I'm used to having the camera just like full send to the left there.
Yeah, bit of another tire drop there.
I kind of ran away from it.
Zone. See if he
another tire drop coming out of that one.
Tire drop.
I think almost was both.
That was
yeah.
2 tires.
Yeah, because you can see the
tires at
chase
one
car
time.
had 1 go over, so you know the lead had 2 out there at that point.
Yeah, that is a unfortunate series of events for Stoner. Looking like my run after getting punted.
Especially after that first chase that he had. I mean, both of these guys awesome runs, but that chase was unreal. But yeah, like you said, going into that first inside clip, man, because I pretty much have to just hold the drone wide open, hanging out, hanging the speed out there to keep up with these guys. And next thing I know, I'm leaving them. I was like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, that was a little odd. I've not personally seen anybody slow down that drastically.
I think the car, it's possible the car might have started rotating around on him, and he went to just grab a little bit of brake to try to straighten it out. But in that area, man, that's gonna be a no-go. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, you're not supposed to grab the brakes like that. I mean, I don't know if it was the actual brakes or if you grabbed the e-brake or grabbed the clutch, one of the two. But with such a drastic deceleration, you'd almost have to call that on the lead driver though. Versus,
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because at that point, coming into that zone, you're expected to be going a certain speed.
Yo, what's up, Alpha?
We got results.
Alrighty.
All right, so Killy's gonna be taking it. Stoner dropped tires in outer zone 3, and heavy braking. So
there you have it.
That's about how we synced it. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There's the call right there. Killy will be moving on.
Killy.
Second driver making it to the final 16 as we move on to our next pairing here. Labby and Reaper.
Labby and Reaper. Now,
Labby?
fellas, I'm looking down at that bracket and I am not liking who I have to go up against.
Let me give it a good scroll here so I can see how. Oh boy.
Nope.
Oh boy.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not happy at all.
That's all right. You got a little time. You can feel out what these other drivers are doing. Maybe see.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, like, first time in the official DC that I've actually made it past first round. So I'm already riding cloud 9.
There you go, man.
Get to go up against the homie, because he is the homie. Helped me out a bunch and all that, but realistically, I don't think I will be as bad off nerve-wise going into this next round as I was the last round. Mainly because the first run's already done.
Yeah, true. Got it out of the way, got it done.
Oh, that was... Phew. All right, so we're just waiting on our
to
two
the line here. Little 360 dancing back there, I see. Labby's here. And Reaper pulls up. These guys are ready to rock and roll. These are two pretty looking drift machines right here.
Yeah, they are.
Labby and Reaper on the line. Labby's going to be on the lead. They get squared away. They are lined up, staged up. I believe we're going to see their lights flash here in just a moment.
Got a tire wiggle.
And they will be ready to light it up.
Want to see some 3, 2, 1, go? Maybe?
Nope, not quite. Almost. They'll leave eventually.
Today, Junior. Let go. Come on, boys. I want to see some slidey action. We got lights.
There we go. We got our lights up. We are good to go here.
Coming through our little Sunday cruise area.
And we are out of here.
Full throttle. S13 versus S15. Big brother versus little brother.
Ooh.
Reaper sent in a little hard there after initiation.
Little contact. Oh, again, all the way to the door. A little love tap.
Little surge from the S15, which that car does surge.
All the way up to the front wheel, but yep, absolutely missed it. Did get the inside and did little loop around there at the finish.
He was past the finish line when the contact happened, which is okay, but you still... I don't know if they're really that much of a stickler, but I do know that at IRL FD, if you lose control going across the finish line, that is still a DQ run.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't believe that is how it is here. I could be wrong because I'm not a judge. But
I think it depends on the circumstances going into it.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I would like to see our drivers come across that line under control of their vehicle.
Yep.
Not spinning out.
I know for our for slide style events, we actually opted not to have a finish line. We say after you complete the last turn of the line, you have to regain control of your car and, not wreck the other driver. So that's kind of our way of looking at that. But you're absolutely right. You have to maintain all the way through. You see these guys here doing a
laying down a solid line.
Absolutely awesome lead there to start out. And you see Levy there on the chase, able to get to the door, but not able to hit the zones. Not as important for the chase driver, but when you're missing them by a good amount, it's definitely noticeable for the judges here. These guys are, they're headed over here. All right, well, we can come over there. We can fly that way. It's almost like they're preparing for a one more time. Hold on now. We don't know yet.
I was not really sure what's going on here. Unless there was extenuating circumstances and they have to rerun that.
There could have been a lag.
Because it's not always going to be transferred over to our end for us to see it. There could have been something on their end. Which is why as soon as all that mess happened with my run, the first thing I asked Stealth was, hey, did something happen on your end?
Yep. Two awesome looking cars here. Great stuff from these guys.
Two of my favorite cars in the game, too. I personally love the S chassis. The S13 is one of my favorites by far. Like IRL, I want to build one of each of these cars.
That would be so much fun. Such a cool project to be able to build something like this as well.
Mm-hmm. I grew up in the heyday of the D1 Grand Prix from Japan when it first moved over to the U.S.
Okay.
So, and this is almost a decade before Ken Block made his first video.
Absolutely.
To tell you how long ago I was in the D1 Grand Prix.
And boy, I am on the exact opposite scale here. I got CarX Drift to fill the void that I had from being able to drift in like Need for Speed Underground and the original Grid, if anybody remembers that. But those are the games that I enjoyed drifting around in, and I was looking for something to fill that spot, and CarX did it, and I unlocked the entire. Obviously I knew FD existed. I knew about drifting and everything like that, but it was never something that really was on my radar as far as motorsports and things that I watched. And boy, was I hooked. And like you say, now here I am being a part of these S.O.G events, and we have our slide style events, and I am all in on this stuff, man.
I personally myself, like I love the when D1 was in its prime, the builds and the aesthetic of the cars from that era.
Yeah.
That's like, I build every single car around that kind of build aesthetic.
That's just where your mind comes to it. Yeah,
that's where my mind goes. Nowadays, with everybody running these big rim, big tire, like hella lifted. Like back in the day when you watched drifting, like even the professional drifters, like they were low. They had properly sized, like you didn't see an S13 with 19s on it.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you still don't. Even in the professional world, like the S13 runs 18s at max. Now, granted, they're wide as hell.
Yeah.
But they're not 19 inches. And then on top of that, like they were low. They had rear camber, front camber. Like that was the build that I always envision as a drift car.
Yeah.
Nowadays, everybody's like lifting up the front end, squatting the rear end down to get more rear end grip, and like it kind of takes away some of the feel and the heart of drifting. If you like,
I get what you're saying. I absolutely understand what you're saying. Well, and I mean, me being because anybody that knows me and has been around knows. I mean, I've been a lifelong stock car racing fan. I'm a NASCAR guy and local short track racing, modifieds, late models, all of that. You name it. That's kind of been my thing from the time I was born, honestly. But that is
never been a fan.
Oh well, I get exactly what you're saying about it losing the true feel of what it was, because like as cool as today's like NASCAR Cup Series car, for example, as cool as they are and the features and safety and everything that they have, they race like shit, straight up.
Yeah.
Pardon my French, but they race terrible. They're horrible cars, like racing wise. They look great. I mean, they make, you know what they would be great for? Is V8 supercar racing. they would be there. I mean, that's basically what they are. Is they're essentially V8 supercar chassis, but like it's just it's not
one-off tube frame.
It's not the same.
The same chassis.
Yeah,
it's just a plastic carbon body slapped on top.
It's just and it's not the same spirit of what stock car racing is supposed to be. But the bonus there is you can with the. I mean, here we are streaming online, and you can watch short tracks from around the country and around the world, honestly, running true like late model stock cars and even like G-body, like a lot of places call them street stock or grand stock series cars. You can see that kind of racing. It's right at your fingertips now, which is great because I mean, obviously, of course, my personal opinion, but just NASCAR doesn't have it anymore. And if anybody's looking for any stock car racing to check out, I highly recommend looking up the Cars Tour. In the they run up and down the East Coast of the United States. But CARS, I don't remember what it. I don't know if it stands for anything. But the Cars Tour, they run a late model series, short track racing, and I mean, if you want to see guys beating and banging door to door, getting after it in true, stock car fashion, that is where the racing is at to me. And it's kind of like what you say about drifting. It's a whole. Not that it's good or bad or whatever, but it's just a whole different world now than what it was. So I totally understand exactly where you're coming from.
What's up, Mr. Alpha?
All right, we got results, boys.
What do we got?
What you got?
Labby's going to take the win due to an overly aggressive lead and chase run by Reaper when Labby was leading. Reaper also made contact with him 3 times, not including the incident at post-finish line. He was just really overly aggressive, made it really hard for Labby to chase. Just
understood. All right, well, there you go. Labby coming away with that one, keeping the S13 alive here.
Yes, sir.
And being the next car, moving on to our final top 16 that will be on the main stream after we finish this round.
And next up, we've got Quilla and Ion.
This ought to be a good one.
S.O.G. Quilla versus Ion. This one should be really good. I'm still not looking forward to my run, by the way.
You're going to be just fine. You got this.
Realistically, I feel like I should be able to pull off a pretty solid run. But at the same point, you never know what happens till it happens. I've never gotten this far, so I don't know.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Yeah. Now I've gone farther in like the little in-team comps that we do for team practice and stuff like that, but this is different.
That's another definite benefit of Savage Outlawz over here, Team S.O.G. If anybody is interested in joining a community of other drifting drivers that are so active. These guys I see them in their Discord just going all. I've got so much going on in my realm of things that I'm not super big on participating in Discord, but it's kind of like Powder says, I'm always watching. I've always got my eyes around and what's going on, and super active community, some of the most awesome people I've ever met. So if you enjoy drifting and hanging out with a great set of people that are so active, not only just in their Discord community and everything like that, but also, with running their own little mini competitions and just having fun and enjoying what drifting is all about. S.O.G. is the spot for you. Discord.gg/Savage Outlawz Gaming. You see it right at the bottom of the screen, and we are rolling here with Quilla and Ion. Let's see what these guys have got for us.
Coming around, hitting that first acceleration point, coming in initiation, Quilla taking way off. Oh, that is unfortunate for Quilla. He just oversent it, missed the initiation point by a mile.
Oh, yeah.
To get into that inside zone. But doing as a true sportsman does, pulls it right back out, coming in.
And oh boy, I was gonna say almost got that inside zone at the end there, but yeah, missing the last 2 zones as well. But like we'd been talking about, once you get off the rhythm, but absolutely finished it out.
So hard to get back on rhythm after something like that. Like
trust me, I'm speaking from experience on this one, considering what happened on my last run. It is almost impossible to get that rhythm back.
Yep,
On
and
this
major
course.
props to Quilla for that as well, because he was able to jump back in and kind of like it didn't quite finish out, but he got back into the rhythm of things, which after a start like that is really tough to do. So we'll see what Ion does on the lead this time around. Or it looks like with the drivers pausing here, I wonder if there wasn't a lag situation there.
There might have been. I mean, that is highly possible.
Because I would say it's not like Quilla to just blow an entry like that. That was
No,
that one wasn't like close and he
far.
missed it by a few feet like that. He was like
he
2
missed
car
that
lengths
by a
late.
fucking mile.
Yeah.
Missed that by a mile.
So I wonder if the game didn't stick on him, and next thing he knew, he's in the dirt. Like, hey, what the hell happened?
Yeah, he might have had some lag there, caused him to just, like, on his screen, he was still initiating. Then all of a sudden, he just teleports off into the dirt.
He's over there. Yep. That
Which
will
there
absolutely
again,
happen.
from our perspective, it's just going to show him sliding off into the dirt, where on his end, he's initiating, then all of a sudden, poof.
It teleports him.
So it looks like he's pulling back up into the lead.
I
so
think
I'm
that
guessing
is exactly
that's
what happened. Yep, I think we nailed that one for sure.
Yeah, and I've had it happen so many times in practice that you're good, and then you're gone.
Yep.
Like, and you don't even know what happened. You're just all of a sudden off the track, and it's a blink of an eye thing.
All right, well, these guys both flash the lights at the same time. So
Coming
we're going to
down
rack
to
them up and do it again. So this is not the second
hairpin.
run. This is the first run again. Quilla and Ion, here we go.
See, much better initiation. That's what I expect from Quilla. So
Absolutely.
that just proves my point that something outside of a skill issue happened there. But it does look like he dropped a tire on outer zone 1. Comes in, fills out outer zone 2 as he should. Outer zone 3 and 4 are almost perfect. Killing that inner clip. Coming out, just clipping that outside zone. Across the finish line. Solid run from Quilla. Very good chase as well. That car is not easy to keep up with, and that chase run was planted on the door.
Yep, absolutely. Stayed there the whole way through. Ion doing a great job here, so we'll see what he's got for his lead run here. But that flanker is throwing it down on this high-speed course.
Yeah. It's an interesting chassis choice, like we said the last time, because that is not one you see in competitive drifting very often.
Not a lot.
Solid initiation all the way through inside clip, coming out, filling out outer zone 1 as he should, coming up to outer zone 2, Quilla closing the gap.
Saw he had a little
He's
bit of an
still
adjustment to
inside
make
the
there,
zone.
yeah.
Still inside the zone, wasn't really as deep. That's a big tire drop there
Yes, it
from
was.
our lead.
And did not make
Completely
that
missed
last
an outer
outside
zone
zone.
Clip. He missed that outer touch and go. That was a big tire drop there on the 4th touch and go before the inside zone.
Yes.
And that's one right there, no matter what camera view you're using, or no matter how much car control you have, that second to last outside touch and go is hard. And it
It's
is
tough
so
to
easy
hit.
to misjudge. It is so easy to misjudge. But the judges they've got their work cut out for them this run, because both drivers made mistakes here that potentially could end their run in this DC for this particular event.
Yep. Will be interesting to see what we get. And after this run, we will have 4 more runs ready to come at you. Looking forward, the pairings we've got coming up is Molnick, who got a bye run for the first time around due to the way the, like I said, luck of the draw, the way the random draws go for the bracket to be able to fill the kind of odd numbers that we have here. So Molnick with the bye run first round will be facing off against Misery. Cookie will be facing off against Slee. Mojo will have Damien. That should be a good pairing as well. Buncho will be facing off with Brian, as we've discussed. So those are the 4 runs we've got coming up for you before we merge the streams And be sure you've got that link right there. It's the first link, I believe, in the description. It's Bearded Idiots YouTube page, the podcast over there that Mr. Curdy and friends take care of. But that is our main stream for the evening. That's where the A stream is going right now. I'm not sure how far along they are in their bracket, because we've had a handful of One More Times over here with us this evening. But they will be awaiting our arrival after these 4 runs. And we will be continuing on with the final 16 of tonight's
What's up, Mr.
round
Kelly?
6. Kelly, what you got for us, bud?
So Ion is gonna be taking the W. He was just better overall.
All right, well, there you have it.
All right.
Ion is going to move on along and be the next driver to make it to that group of 16.
I will say that decision didn't take as long as I thought it would.
I would agree with that.
That one, I'm a little perplexed with that one, as I thought for sure that the judges were going to have to comb through a little bit more, but they have a better vantage point than we do.
Yep,
We're
they must have had to see something with
500
Quilla's
feet in
run.
the air above them.
That's true. I'm giving it. I'm trying to get down to them, but man, I'm telling you, they're moving so quick.
Yeah, they are.
I tell you, the camera drone work will be much improved when we get over to Mr. Curdy's side of things. That's for sure.
Yeah, Curdy's about as good as it gets with
I'm
the drone.
telling you, I do the best I can over here, but it is.
It's not an
I
easy
have
job.
I have the ability, but not the talent. Let's say that I can't do it, but I ain't got that finesse, man. He has got it. And I can only
he's
blame the
definitely
controller
got it.
so much. The controller sucks, but he is just on it over there
Yeah.
every time. Absolutely. I'm definitely going to be grabbing a PlayStation controller here
Yes,
in the
now
coming.
we
If
got-
I'm gonna be continuing to do this side of things, I definitely need to get some like you can see how far, like that's just me barely getting past my dead zone. You can see how far it wants to move in any direction. You know, I don't have that smoothness there.
All right, so still waiting on our competitors, Mjolnir and Misery. Looks like we have one in the lobby already.
I believe that
They're
is
pulling up in the chaser's position.
Misery
That is
over
Misery.
here.
Yo,
What's up, Homer?
guess who's back?
Guess
I
who's
see.
back? Back again.
Back again.
There
Yeah,
he is.
I'm glad to let everyone know I'm back. I'm taking over, so y'all expect to be hearing from me now.
All right, sounds good. Appreciate you.
Of course, of course. All right, I'm gonna go pick this thing up.
All right, and seeing for the first time here,
Mr. Mjolnir in the 370Z.
370 over here. Got the little air flap open there on the roof, making sure he stays nice and cool during this run.
Never enough. I'm not quite sure what that means, but okay.
All
Good
right,
looking
well,
car,
here we
then they're
go.
off. 3, 2,
Absolutely.
1.
Oh,
Mjolnir
I'll say
taking a clean off on that one.
they got a little separated there. I was trying to get them both in the shot. Now we've got them here.
Yeah, I think Misery's going to close up the gap here on this little area, catch up a little bit. Filling out all the zones very nicely.
Not getting to that.
Completely missed
Yeah,
that
blew
one.
that one for sure, but able to get that inside zone there, which coming
he's
from that
gonna
angle is
miss
tough
that.
to do, but
Yeah, he's going to miss that outside touch and
missed
go
the
there right
outside
before-
as well. So that's 2 whole zones missed there from our lead car, Molnick. So we'll see.
Yeah, and not to mention coming out into the initiation zone, he kind of cut off Misery.
Yeah, that kind of, I think
A
that's what
little
might have
bit.
thrown
That was
me
a
off
little
there as
odd.
well. Yeah. But it's like I had both cars, and then all of a sudden I only had one car, and I was trying to zoom back
Yeah.
out. And
He kind of cut off the angle for Misery on initiation, which, to be perfectly honest, that might count against him too.
absolutely. So
Not
we'll-
giving your chase car enough room to initiate. 3, 2,
Misery.
1, coming in initiation. Solid initiation from Misery.
Woohoo, look at
It's
the
that
angle.
whole inside zone.
Oh, little tire drop there.
A little bit of contact as well. Filling out all of outer zone 2.
into outside touch and go 3 and 4. Bit of a tire drop on the rumble strips there. Inside clip, perfectly done. Out to the outer zone there. No tire drop. Cross the finish line. Solid run, despite a few little mistakes there, but overall, very, very well done.
Uh-oh, where'd
Curious
they go?
to see where this one goes. I think they pulled up to the other side again.
Yep, they're going back over there.
Hey, nobody stated you have to park in front of the judges.
Oh yeah, that's just kind of where we've where have they been
like
going?
An unwritten.
You're right there by the finish
hey,
line. You might as well.
Yeah, might as well just post up in front of them.
Unless, of course, they're expecting an OMT or.
That's true. They could be counting their chickens a little early here, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, they heard us. Look. Nah, just having a little fun doing some donuts.
Yep, nothing wrong with having a little bit of fun.
Cricket, that drop on the rumble strip was on the outside touch and go right before the inside zone. His rear tire went over the rumble strips, which is considered a tire drop.
Yep. Very, very specific track limit set up with the line here from S.O.G. That is definitely something that these events are mostly geared towards the most technical driving and car handling. That's why it seems to me the focus of the runs here as far as S.O.G. DC events goes is more on the lead car each time. The chase car just has to do the job, you know, just has to stay in proximity, try to match the angle, and just be there. But the focus of the true aiming for driving perfection is on the lead run. Is really where I think that focus is.
Yeah, and that's how it is in the professional world as well.
Absolutely, for sure.
The focus is more on the lead driver. Now, granted, the chase driver in the pro world is expected to fill the zones, not miss any, and have the proximity and the angle as well. And it is counted against them if they miss a zone. But with the virtual world, it's a little bit more lenient, considering the disparity between
the possibility
tuning.
of that, and the possibility of network situations and things like that as well.
Network situations, hitboxes.
Yep.
Because some of these
every car
like
they have very
weird.
odd hitboxes for sure.
Yeah, like the Corvette here, for instance, like the back end of that, the hitbox for that sticks out behind the back bumper.
It is,
by
yes, it's
a bit.
Because I was running with somebody earlier where like my front bumper went behind the car, and it was probably a good 3-4 inches to where behind his exhaust
if you look
tips.
to where the where the rear wing is, as you know, if you just look straight down your screen, if you were to draw a line, it's actually further back on this car than that. Like it's very odd how far back the hitbox on the Corvettes are.
Yeah, it's so weird, and it makes it really hard to get a solid chase on those cars, because you wouldn't think you're gonna make contact, and all of a sudden you hear the bonk of hitting the car, and you're like, wait, what? So, I mean, it's just one of those things that's where the disparity comes in between IRL and the virtual world. It's just, you got to make compromise somewhere. That's one of the compromises we've had to make moving forward with the S.O.G. DC. Like, yes, we're trying to make this as fun and professional of an event as possible, while sticking within the realms of realism
of what's absolutely possible.
Expectation.
Absolutely, for sure.
With keeping realistic expectations of what we can and can't do within the confines of CarX, which there's a lot we cannot do.
Yep.
I.e., we can't do like the VDS does and have pre-marked zones on the track, which, granted, that makes it a whole hell of a lot easier, not only on the judges, but the drivers as well,
because you're able to visualize where exactly everything is. Wherein with this, like, we're kind of like guessing, like, okay, so it's going to be from here to here, stick it out half a car length away from the edge of the track. Well, when in real, like, IRL, the zone is a box that they spray paint on the ground.
It is very clearly marked.
If you go outside of that box, it's considered a tire drop, not off the track. You're outside of that box, and you're out of the zone, plain and simple. Missing a zone is a whole lot easier to judge because of those boxes painted on the ground.
Yeah, you can very clearly see when it happens. That's a lot of what went into us developing our kind of unique rule set for our slide style events that we have. Is we took those limitations of the game and looked at it as part of what we were setting out to achieve. So we, instead of trying to come up with ways to create zones on the track, and like you said, that makes life really much harder on the drivers and the judges, you know, is we went the route of, okay, well, we just won't have them. And what we've discovered after our first season of doing that, where we're talking about how the focus is really on the lead car because we have to make those concessions for the chase car. On our side of things, it worked out to be the opposite. Right. The entire run hinges on the chase car, and it's such an interesting difference, especially to come over here to be a part of these events and see how specific everything is done driving wise and how you're really focused on that lead car. And then to, you know, flip the coin over and we're hanging out doing our slide style thing. And it's all about the chase entirely. It's like the lead car just is there, you know, and it's so crazy how they're so varyingly different, even though at the end of the day, we're still throwing cars sideways, doing the same thing. So it's really it's a unique situation, but it's so cool to think about because at the big picture is, you know, you're just throwing the two cars out there and they're going after it. But to really look at, you know, with the judging and everything like that, to see, you know, like you said, to give up those concessions for the chase car.
What's up, Homer?
What you got, buddy?
So, I got Misery for the win. Overall, all the way around, it's a little bit cleaner.
All right, well, there we go.
Sir.
Of course.
So next up is going to be Miss Kooky and Slee.
That's going to be an interesting one.
That'll be a really fun one. That's going to be a fast...
Some speed machines. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, man.
Good Lord, that's going to be a fast set of runs.
Well, and you talk about, here we go, talk about focusing on lead runs for this type of competition. Is that, I mean, if I remember right, they both had super solid lead runs earlier on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Miss Kooky had probably one of the best sets of lead runs that we've seen all night long.
Oh, yeah. Definitely looking forward to this one coming up.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited. I can't wait to see this one.
And you talk about earlier about the features that are being added into CarX that maybe necessarily nobody really asked for. Wouldn't it be super cool if they added the ability to add your own zones?
That would be amazing.
Because with like the XDS setup, for example, you can see where like within the game engine, they clearly have the ability to just plop clipping zones wherever they want.
Yeah.
Like that is an ability within the game engine. So how cool would it be if we could somehow, like in a multiplayer session, and that would be the one thing needs to be is I believe that the multiplayer sessions, whoever creates that session needs to be designated as the leader. Kind of like a party in like Fortnite, where one person's the leader, and then if they absolutely, where you can, if somebody needs to be kicked, if somebody needs to be kicked, it's not a vote; it's the person running the lobby kicks that person.
Yes, absolutely.
But for them to be able to have the ability to draw this zone right here, How cool would it be to see that? But as we said, crazy lead run to start here. Little contact there on the transition.
A little bit more contact, a little lag spike on your end, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit of a blip.
Yeah.
But
filling out all of these zones.
Absolutely. Look at it. Do we get a tire drop? No, we do not. Look at that. Every single zone filled out.
I have never once seen this person in our DC, and she is bringing
them
down.
Absolutely.
Holy hell.
I warned you guys.
Yeah, Powder did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, you
Powder's still here.
I never once doubted the fact that she can drive. I never once doubted the fact that she's going to be a competitor, but holy shit.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And Slee with the chase, I mean, that is a hell of a lead to keep up with, and Slee was there every step of the way. So now we're going to see on the lead side of things here, what has Slee got for us? Running away a little bit here early, shifting gears and taking off.
All the way out to the edge of that outside zone 1. Might have come out a little bit early, but all the way through outer zone 2, coming out to outside clipping point 3 and 4.
Hitting both touch and goes.
Solid. All the way through the inner zone. Does he get all the way out
no
there? Yes,
drops.
he does.
This is going to be a tough one to call here.
These judges have their hands full. That was a barn burner between both drivers. That was so good. Both of these drivers are consistently topping their runs prior.
And that's what you want to see as you head deeper and deeper into a bracket like this.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Ooh-wee.
I don't even know. Yeah, I've got nothing to talk about after that one. They were just that was two super sick runs.
I'm a little caught off guard with that one.
Powder, because he has a judge over here discussing shit. So.
I'll say Powder's listening. He's like, "What's happening?"
No. Well, not only that, but with Miss Powder being a judge, Powder's kind of got to not let the talk between the judges come through the mic.
That's true too. Can't let any of that stuff make its way out until it's time.
Especially considering she's judging this particular bracket, so gotta be a little careful.
Indeed.
But I will say one thing: if there's anybody qualified for judging, it is Miss Powder. She is
absolutely
about as unbiased as it comes. If anything, she's got a slight bias against the S.O.G drivers because she holds them to that higher standard no matter who they are or how new they are.
That is actually
Which is not a bad thing.
That I was going to say that has been mentioned on streams during these events before, is that for anybody that may be wondering, well, this is an S.O.G brand event and there's all of these S.O.G drivers. Well, is there any bias or anything like that? If anything, the bias is in the other direction. Is if it's too close to call between an S.O.G driver and a non-S.O.G driver, it seems to almost always go the way of the non-S.O.G driver. Because, like you said, they know their team, they know their drivers, and they hold them to that higher standard because they have seen exactly what these guys are capable of behind the wheel, and they want to see that make its way out.
About that. You ain't wrong about that. Still love for Mrs. Powder in chat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. We're pointing out the fact that you're judging.
I also want to point out the judges are judging heavily on players braking on this course because there are no decel zones. So what the judges are looking for and what the players need to be taking into account, there is no decel zone. So if the brake lights are lighting up and your engine speed and your actual traveling speed is slowing down. Left foot braking is one thing. That's a whole different thing, but actually decelling the vehicle with your brakes and or e-brake is going to count against you. Whether, like, if you are the lead driver, mainly because the chase driver has to kind of go on and off the brakes, keep in proximity, make sure they're not causing contact, etc. Lead drivers really have to be careful because there is no decel. So some of these zones are hard to hit, and they're hard to hit for a reason. If you're decelling to make the zone easier to hit, it is going to count against you. The judges are able to see your taillights. They're using multiple different camera angles, so they are able to see whether or not you're heavy on the brakes. We've already seen it once tonight where a driver got DQ'd for heavy braking.
Yep.
But then again, you know as well as I do, if you're skilled enough, you can pull a handbrake fast enough for nobody to even notice.
That's true. If you just tag it enough to get those rear wheels locked up to send the rear of the car sideways and not actually lose you any forward momentum. But like you said, that is a skill move, and you not only have to know how to do that, but where to do it on the track as well.
I would say you need to have at least 2,000 miles in car seat time before you pull a maneuver like that.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. Like left foot braking is not easy in the slightest bit. Like you have to know what you're doing, and if you're on the brakes too much or too hard, you're gonna lock your wheels up, which is also why we have all of the competitors running tire lettering. All competitors should have tire letters so that the judges can see when your tires stop
if those
spinning.
wheels lock up. That's right.
That's why
Clutch
I said
kick here, a little e-brake dab there. If you're clutch kicking and or if you yank the e-brake real quick and it's on off, that's not that much of an issue because you're not decelling the vehicle. But if you're on them brakes and you're slowing down and you're holding the e-brake for an extended period amount of time, you're going to get caught on it, and the judges are going to call that against you.
In real life drift events, they run don't they run like stripes on the wheels?
So they run tire lettering.
Yeah.
And like a stripe or tire letter, big tire letters, by the way. It's like spray painted onto the tire.
Gotcha.
Not only do they do that, but the light bars that are on the vehicles are not brake lights. They are decel lights. So those lights only light up when your car rapidly decelerates.
Got it. So they're based off like an accelerometer. Yeah,
yes.
That's interesting.
Yes,
okay, I did not know that.
It does not light up when you're on the brakes because yes, you can left foot brake, and that is sometimes needed to get that back end stable. Nothing wrong with left foot braking. But if you're decelling your vehicle, that is when that light comes on, and that's kind of what these judges are looking for. They're not really basing it off of your brake lights coming on and off, because I mean a blip on and off here and there, that's not a problem. What the problem is riding the brake and or again decelling the vehicle. So they have the HUD up so that they can see your speed, whether or not what your throttle and your brake input is. They can see all of your inputs while you're making the run. So you can't get anything by them. Trust me.
That's the unique ability of being in the virtual world here, of literally every single thing that you do, they see in real time as it happens. There's no need, they don't have to download telemetry from something or have you certain of it. It's just it's right there available in real time as it happens. That's another thing that I wish they would add, speaking of new features for CarX.
The decel light?
The light bar. Well, not necessarily. For the game, I would just have it be another brake light. But like within the body kits, be able to just like how you can turn on and off the roll cage, to be able to turn on and off like the competitive lights. I think would be a pretty cool. And that obviously, I mean, I don't do game development. I am a programmer, but I don't do game development. But from my perspective, I don't feel like that would be that difficult. If Kino can get Underglow going the way that they do, I feel like the in-game devs could be able to drop a light bar across the roof. You know what I mean?
So they're using the extra 2 minutes.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
We will
Of course.
waiting along.
I wonder if it's one of those things where it's like the best artists, like tattoo artists, fucking like rappers and shit like that. You'll never see the light of day because they're behind bars.
All right, I'm confused. What?
What you were talking about?
The light bars?
Yeah, like
Oh, okay, it took me a minute. All right, I was like, what? No, now I got you.
one of those things.
I don't know. Yeah, I think definitely working on fixing the existing things that are going on with the game instead of adding new features would be quite nice, but that's just me.
Yeah, fact. But we all know if you contact CarX Technologies about it, they'll tell you to contact local internet provider.
Yeah, that's all they tell you. Yeah, it can't possibly be the game's fault.
Yeah.
When your entire community is saying we are having major issues with lag and they say we'll contact your ISP. It's like, I bet you there are people playing this game on the same ISP as the CarX developers. Like, come on now.
Hey, yeah. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. It's a small fucking dev team.
Oh yeah, it's not. I mean, I'm not. I give them a little bit of grief. But and see, the only reason I say at all is because, you know, they come out with a whole update that changes the entire way that the cars are listed in the game and add all this VR support. So it's like, all right, y'all have clearly had plenty of time to work on all of this stuff, but you spent it doing that. So normally I would say, oh, you know, small dev team, let's cut them some slack and everything. But when they turn around and do that, it's like, all right, well, y'all have the free manpower. So
I feel like it is. I feel like it's the CarX Technologies trying to keep up with the Joneses instead of
you're chopping up on us again, buddy.
Again, run out.
There it is. All right, what were you saying?
Son, I feel like it's CarX Technologies trying to keep up with the Joneses and all the fangled gadgets that are
Oh yeah, that's definitely part of it. Well, in the VR, I mean, I'm not complaining. Like I said, I don't have a VR headset, but the idea of like being able to drift with like a steering wheel and stuff with a VR headset is badass. Like, I bet that's so cool.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Well, and I'm definitely looking at it from a selfish perspective. I mean, from our S.O.G events and slide style events, you know, I want the things taken care of that we need, but obviously the general audience of CarX is not us, you know.
Yeah.
So I definitely understand that as well.
Right, but I mean, like you were saying earlier, damn near 3/4 of your community saying the same thing. Like, come on.
Yeah, and then turn around and, well, it has to be your internet. It's not all of our internet. It's not the whole world's internet.
Like you telling me somebody in Portugal running Comcast off the same server I am? I highly doubt it.
I don't think so. We're all on different stuff.
Back.
What do we got?
We have reached a verdict. Cookie is going to take the dub.
All right.
Mainly due to contact from Outside Zone 2 to Outside Zone 3.
All right. It was that close, but there it is. Rose moving on to the next one. Cookie moving forward.
Next up is Mojo versus Damien Bro.
Slee, great stuff on his run, but unfortunately not moving along. And
Damien,
yes, sir,
bro,
Mojo
man.
and Damien going to throw it down.
I swear I've been seeing this kid's progression constantly, man. Getting better and better and better and better. Watch out, folks. He's coming for that podium.
See, I've got to watch it. I'm going to be a little biased here. Damien's one of he's the last one of my guys surviving over here so far. So I'll be rooting for my boy Damien, but you know, Mojo is throwing down some solid runs as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to this one.
It's okay to have a favorite up here in the announcer's booth.
Oh yeah,
song good, no harm, no foul. It's not like you're
like you said,
a football game.
Somi's not here, so I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah. Dude, you know she showed up with a flu, not feeling good, and still showed out and got a podium.
Good grief! I mean, just that you want to talk about just like raw natural talent. Some people are just like they just got it. You know, whatever it is that they're doing, whether it's sports, video games, you know, art, music, whatever. Some people have just got it. Somi is a driver. They have just got it. She's a beast.
She understands how a car works.
Yeah, and like on a subconscious level, like it's just there. Like she doesn't have to think about it. You know what I mean? And I can't imagine how good she is as a driver in real life, because to be able to transition that into, because a lot of people don't consider that driving in video games is incredibly difficult because you can't feel it. So much of your driving in a real world experience is from feeling what's going on around you and underneath you, and you know, playing especially without a wheel and pedals with the controller in your hand, you have no clue what's going on.
You're gonna feel parking way before that car's about to break loose and spin out.
For sure.
And
on a game, you don't get it at all. It's the first you know of it is when the car is already doing it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Well, there we go. The curse of Alex is true. Damien sends it all the way, spins it on around. There was a tire drop on the lead car, but as you see, Damien's already out of it there, spinning out. But you never know, could happen the same way on his lead run. Mojo could spin out here as well.
By both drivers, if I've ever seen it.
They ripped it into that first one.
That might have been past 90 degrees.
Only slightly, a lot of it.
Yeah, only slightly a lot of it. Yeah, that's correct.
All right, well, here we go on the flip side of things. They flash their lights. As they await the go, they get it, and here we are going.
3, 2, 1, go. Coming around that corner, coming into the acceleration point. Both drivers hauling all of the ass. Solid initiation, cleared that inside clip beautifully. Little hint of a tire drop there from Damien. Coming into outer zone 2, filling all of that zone. Nice little gap he's got going too.
Yeah, he started to push away there a little bit for sure. Hit the touch and goes, and a great job on that last inside clip, and gets the outside. Woo!
Little looks like he might have dropped the tire there at the right before the finish line. I'm not sure, but it looks like he might have.
Maybe. They'll have to go back and look at that one. But yeah, unfortunate what happened on that first run, because that was a lead right there from Damien for sure. And I mean, Mojo with the great chase, Damien was able to get away from him there about halfway through it, but Mojo was right there at the end of it as well. Got right back to him.
Not bad.
So let me take a look at this bracket after this run. I got to go ahead and hop on over there.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's about to be your turn.
Yep. See you boys in a bit.
Yes, sir. Hey, that was a false send, Damien. Big facts. Not bad, though, boys. Not bad.
we take a look at these machines here. Digging the Red Bull look here. The flat black with the gray. Always a cool style, I think. Definitely the unique body kit on the RX-7 here. And the S15, like we talked about earlier, love the way that they did the inner workings of the windows and all the little details added to make this thing look like a purpose-built racing machine. Team Imperium here on the back window of Damien's machine as well. Want to be sure to shout them out. Definitely talking about everybody else's teams here. Want to make sure that everybody gets a little bit of screen time there. We appreciate all the participation from all of these drivers.
These are facts. What y'all need to do is give some love to your boy flying that drone around right now. Giving up some of his time to come over here and do it for us. Our boy Alex on your screen. That's right.
I appreciate it, buddy. Know where I'd rather be, man. I've missed y'all for the past month, man. All of the way that...
Right. How'd that catering go, bud?
Yeah, I had a good deal with that. Got to take that. Got to do a, it was like a private house party thing. I got to be a bartender. So that was kind of cool for a whole night. And got to do that like a Christmas party kind of thing. So that was nice. And we had our family Christmas things that we do like the week before Christmas. So, of course, that landed on weekends this year. So it was Saturdays. So we were able to do that and see family on both mine and Charlie's side of things. So it was... super cool. She had a good time with all that as well, and it was all good. And then, of course, New Year's was awesome, and then able to come back and join back in with you guys. I've been missing it though, man. My Saturdays, I always felt like I was missing something. I was like, there's something that needs to be happening on a Saturday. What is it? And it's these comps, man. I love hanging out with you guys, and I appreciate y'all allowing me to come be a part of it and do my somewhat mediocre drone flying, right? Nah, I'm telling you, I'm gonna get that PlayStation controller. I'm gonna get these analog sticks right. I'm gonna dig into the Steam settings as well, and because I know they have some options in there for controllers. I'll see if I can't smooth the inputs out any.
Facts, big facts. You know, I was thinking about something.
What's that?
See what you think about it, bud. So. You know what we were doing the other night, right? Okay.
Uh-huh.
In your Discord, right? Okay. So, I join you in your Discord on the next pay-per-view, right? Facts.
Okay.
You stream it, you shut down the fucking sound, and me and you will commentate it.
Yo, that would actually be fun as hell. That would be so awesome, especially with you having so much knowledge of history and everything like that, because me being in the ring, being able to, you know, call the moves as they go and everything like that, and then you be able to bust out all of the history and the significance of what the things mean that are happening. That would actually be super fun.
That's what I'm saying. Just a thought I had randomly.
Oh, we got to check that out. I got to see what the plan is, because I don't have I have the New Japan World, but I do not have the WWE Network or they do their stuff through Peacock now.
Peacock.
Yeah, I don't have that.
$5.
Is it really?
$5, fool.
Well, that's not bad.
Hell
all right,
no,
I might
dude.
have to check that out, because that might. Well, I'm definitely going to do it for WrestleMania.
Facts, because dude, you got the library, bro. We can go commentate fucking old school 70s
Hell
wrestling.
yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, boys, I have a story for y'all.
Uh-oh, what do we got?
Tell me, baby.
Damien is taking the win.
Oh. Okay.
After Damien spun, there was no contact to cause Mojo to mess up. After that, he straightened out, kind of like let loose. And then what that is, they judged it off Damien's lead and Mojo's chase, and Damien's lead was just better. So.
Wow. Oh, well. I mean, and see, I appreciate the explanation as well.
Right there. Let me break it down for you, folks. What had happened is my guess is, let me put it in football terminologies if you guys understand that. So the only way a catch is considered as catch is if a receiver or the person catching the ball makes a football-related move. That's turn up field, make a juke, whatever. He controlled the ball and turned up field. Okay. Anything beyond there, it's a live ball. What I think happened is Damien did hit Mojo, yes. Damien went off, DQ'd. Mojo corrected himself, gathered his car, transitioned, and sent himself off. And he DQ'd himself. Then it comes
so
down
basically
to
it works out to where that first run, the first run was a
yeah,
wash. Okay.
No involved. Yeah, that's my guess.
All right, well, there you have it. I mean, so the first run comes to a wash, almost as if it didn't happen.
Yeah,
so you had the second
you go
run.
back and watch it, it's gonna be Mojo sent himself off the track. He corrected himself, saved his car, controlled it, and then transitioned and then just sent himself off the track.
Well, there you have it. So that will definitely be one that is talked about in the future. His S.O.G Drift Championship events keep on happening, but Damien moving on to the next round will be in the top 16, and we get down to our final pairing between Buncho Brents and Brian. Buncho, of course, an S.O.G driver alongside Brian here. Brian from our commentary booth that you've been hearing tonight. So, of course, I'll have the pleasure of calling his run since he's not here to do it himself, which that would be kind of cool if he could. But I think he needs to focus on driving a little bit. Right?
He would.
But we will call this one, and then we will be heading over to the Bearded Idiots YouTube. So take a look down there in your description. It's going to be the first link. So after this run is over, we will say our goodbyes from the B stream here, and we will head over that direction to finish out this event tonight with the top 16. Brian and Buncho going at it right here. Buncho on the first lead. These guys are off as we head into our acceleration zone here, and accelerate they do. Catching so much speed here. Buncho, so much angle. Brian, similar to what we saw in the last run, unable to get that entry. Makes contact, makes connection here. So, as we've seen from the judges here, as far as Buncho is concerned, they need to get this run finished out without disqualifying themselves with tire drops or spin outs or anything like that. And it looks like Buncho is able to make that happen. And Brian, as always, finishing out the run there. Sorry I wasn't able to get my...
playing a little safe, but that's all right.
That's a smart call.
You should be there.
That's a smart call. So unable to catch the end of Brian's run there. My apologies there. But so it looks like now Brian's hope here is to throw it down as best as he can on this lead run. And you obviously you don't want your teammate, your friend, to spin out, but that is going to be his hope here.
With that initiation,
Yep, so he's going to hope here that he's able to get a full pull and his opponent is not. That is his hope here. As he throws that car into that first initiation, but he's a little late getting to outside zone 1, but he makes the transition to outside zone 2. Deep into outside zone 2, but Buncho right on the door. A close transition from the chase driver there. Both cars hit. Oh, little tire drop there on the outside touch and go, which led to both of those drivers missing the inside zone and the outside clip here, this last touch and go before the finish line. And like we say, it's that flow. Is they got off the flow, they went a little far. And to clarify, we were talking about it earlier, this touch and go here ends pretty much at the line right here. at the white line across the track. It's that's pretty much the outside of that touch and go. And to be off on the other side of this white line here is going to be a tire drop. So that's what they were calling earlier on. But you could see being that late to that touch and go put them to the outside of this inside clip here, and also caused them to miss the last touch and go there. So that goes to show you how important the flow of this run is. But unfortunately, I think we can already see what's coming from the judges here with Brian going off on that first
y'all
run.
want to see how important the rhythm of this track is, and if you get off it and lose it, you ain't getting it back. Go watch some Red Bull with them. You'll figure it out.
I love that stuff, man. Those guys are so awesome. Have you seen the ice, the like hockey skate racing that they do for Red Bull? But it's on like a track kind of like rhythm.
Yeah, it's like Red Bull crushed.
Crushed ice, that's right. Yo.
Yeah, dude, oh my God.
It is so sick. I would love to do that.
I have a verdict.
Yo.
I think we can guess, but what have we got?
Buncho.
Oh,
that
right.
last battle, I shit you not, that last battle was a battle that was beautiful to watch.
Oh, yeah. That was a good
That would
one.
have been both runs. That would have been an OMC, no questions asked.
Definitely. Completely agree. But all right, well, that is going to be it. That locks down our final 8 drivers, and that means we are going to take those 8 drivers and we are going to merge them in with the drivers from the A stream, and we are going to bring to you a top 16. But first, there is a special announcement coming from Team S.O.G. So make sure you go down to that first link in the description and head on over to the Bearded Idiots YouTube. That's Curdy's. It's his little podcast type situation he's got going on over there. But that is where the A stream is hosted, and that is where you guys need to be headed right now. But thank you so much from I'm Alex on your screen. I'm not on your screen right now, but that's what they call me. Of course, Powder is in here as always, and Brian, who was in here with us, and he will be joining us over there as well. But big thanks for hanging out with us over here on our side of things, and we will see everyone over on the A stream here in just a little while. So be sure to check that link, the first one in the description, the Bearded Idiots YouTube. That will take you over to the main stream, and we'll see you all there for the top 16 and a special announcement from Team S.O.G.